Microphone check. Microphone check. All right, people, we in the house. You see the title? I got that pinned up right away in terms of the link, right? Because I am not above reproach. So if y'all think I'm out of order or stepping out of line, come on to my stream and to my feed and let me know that I am. Because I do not act out until I'm provoked to act out. So you can't say that Didact makes streams targeting people because I don't. Is whenever I try to participate on people's panels and they treat me very unfairly. Not only that is not cool, but it's very unfair. And because they treat me as such, my temper or my temperaments is very short with them. So they know what they do. They push buttons. So they get a reaction quote from me. And I know people assuming that I just straight up go up there to start some shit so I can do my shit. No, none of that. Because I got way more content than I am complaining in terms of that. What's going on, Manza? What's going on, Weezy and 365? I see you in the building. The Schumann Show, he's in the building. Yeah, I'm putting a link out there because I'm not above reproach. So for all of those who feel like that my criticism is coming from a place of hate and jealousy or wherever the fuck case may be, hit the link, come on up, and we can have a discussion. But in the meantime, just like how other people like to build up anticipation to the crowd show up, because most of the time I just want to get to talking, but I understand the lapse in communications because it could be like a 2 to 3 minute lap before anybody get the notification. So I guess it's etiquette to play music up to what they do, 10 minutes or some shit like that. I'm learning, y'all. Trust me, I'm learning. I am learning. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead, play these couple tracks, let people gather up. And with that, like I said, the link is open. This is what they call a wide open panel. Come one, come all. If you have a grievance or if you have any kind of something to say to Didact, not now is the time, but I am opening up the panel. To say the least, now is the time. Because when I go back to these Sanchez channels, the question everything channels, when I start going to these channels and and they continue to treat me very unfairly, because I don't mind being treated uncool, but you have to treat me fair because life is fair, but it's uncool. It's very uncool in terms of how fairness plays out, how the yin and the yang plays out. It seems uncool because on your end, you may have to suffer. You may have a time that you was on top, you had everything in the world. Now is the yang finna kick in. That was the yin. Now when the yang kick in, you finna get kicked off your pedestal. And with that, that shit is not cool. It's not cool, but it's fair. But I don't like being treated unfair and uncool. That shit right there is a total disrespect. I don't give a fuck if it's in the electronic world where we at in YouTube or if it's face to fucking face. That shit is totally disrespectful. And from where I'm come from, you get punkin heads for that. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and play this music, anticipate the crowd to show up, and I appreciate for the people who do, and I appreciate for the people who do come and show up. And with that, let me go ahead and get to this music.
what it is? When you hear that? Hand. Bow! Montana. Skill it back.
Scope on my clock. So my gun sound on the clock. Wap, 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 wap. Wap, 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 yeah. Contract, kill it, say mini key attack. Wap, 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 wap. Wap, wap, wap,
yeah, wap, 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 wap. Every time I shed a tear, me the body gotta drop. Good bow, bow, gunshot, gunshot, two chops, one op, yeah. And I heard about the list. There's money on my head, but I ain't worried about the shit, yeah, you better hurry up and hit. Keep shooting when I'm shopping. He ain't worried about no dread. Look, boom, drill something. We outnumbered. I'm still coming. Boom, still dumping. I know you can't relate 'cause you ain't never did none.
scope on my clock. So my gun sound on the clock. Wap, 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 wap. Wap, 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 yeah. Contract, kill it, say mini key attack. Wap, 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 yeah. Wap, 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 wap.
When I got shot, pussy boy got shot. 6 feet, go to your grave, do a TikTok. 6 shots, kill tracks, this here Ziploc. Montana rude boy, shit slap Chris Rock. Wop, 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 came in with the Glock. Keep one eye on me, Fetty Wap. She don't cook clean, but got the wop, wop, wop. She want her ass done, took her to the chop shop. 10 bands gon' get an op shot. Another 90 gon' get a cop shot. Ain't nothing changed, Montana from the block. Yeah, they closed the door, we came back, bought the spot.
Scope on my clock. So my gun sound on the clock. Wap, 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 wap. Wap, 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 yeah. Contract, kill it, say mini key attack. Wap, 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 yeah. Wap, wap, wap.
Like I said, this is a wide open panel. It's not an extensive title, to say the least. It's very simple, straight to the point. I am not above reproach. So your Philly OGs or anybody that got some type of gripe against Didac, you can come on my string and you will get a fair shake. It's not going to be cool for you because I'm letting you know I'm going to verbally beat the living shit out of you. I'm just letting you know that's what I'm going to do, but you're going to be treated fairly and with respect. It ain't going to be cutting a motherfucker off in the middle of his soliloquy 1 minute into it when a person asks for 3. I'm going to give the person the ability to say that he's done with his statement before I interject. And with that, I try to extend the olive branch out to a certain people. And also, I guess this is etiquette too. A couple of my wrenches got taken away. I mean, granted that Red Square gave me my wrench back, to say the least, but I went on Sir Drop channel and I knew I had a wrench up there, and all of a sudden the wrench disappeared. So yeah, I know I'm getting under motherfuckers' skin because I'm pointing out the hypocrisy in the way y'all fucking move, because now is not the time to fucking lollygag and pull the wool over people's eyes. Dog, is resources that is popping up that we need to get our hands on, but you got motherfuckers talking about, I hate Africa. That Carper, you know what? That's going to be my, hey, Weezy, yeah. The next, I want to focus this addressment on that fucking Carper woman. Hold on. Let me fucking make sure I got her goddamn name right. Because this bitch, ooh-wee. And I remember her from other panels in terms of the big Aboriginal power. I think I seen her on a few Chief Holiday channels, but they all spew the same rhetoric. But this one here, just like a Sanchez, just like a Dreads, they can sound very convincing by afflicting their voice in a certain kind of manner. And then when it come down to fact check, these motherfuckers don't got absolutely no facts. Absolutely none. And you can tell by the way they disseminate information. I'm letting you know that this is the information highway right now we on. And because we on the information highway, you can't take this for granted how this information is being disseminated. And when you got motherfuckers, you got motherfuckers like a Sabir Bey. I don't like him. Okay. That dude is the most narcissistic motherfucker I have ever seen. First of all, you lost miserably at least 10 years ago on that fucking debate that you had with Cyrus Seti in Sonetter's little studio. You lost miserably in that debate, miserably. And because of that, you still doing the same shit with your fidgety ass, always rubbing your nose and shit, nigga. Like, you do dope. But none of motherfucking less. Let me get to this fucking name, because I think I be saying her name wrong. Hold on. The original Copper Empress. Let me see. Holbert. I'm going to say that name again. The original Copper Empress Holbert. If y'all hear me, for my people that don't know nothing about her, subscribe to her channel. Subscribe to it, because this is a clear warning that we have to steer away. You got to know that these people exist. I know, deal with them with a 10-foot pole. Trust me. But you have to know that these people exist. You have to know that Sanchez's exist. Taz the Exclusives. Big Aboriginal powers. You got to know the Dreads. You have to know that these people exist. Because what they are poison to the community that is taken for granted. The community that is really not looked upon until something is undeniably coming up out of it. Meaning that if you're a superstar, undeniably that you have a talent that is going to take you from where you at to high places, and I'm putting that in quotation marks. That's only time they'll pay attention to the ghetto. Other than that, they don't pay attention. And with that, this is where the most attention needs to be. And you have people like this lady I just got finished naming, the original Copper Empress, a few others that I just mentioned. These are the people you have to know that exist. Because if you don't, you'll be sadly misled into some bullshit. But again, this is an addressment to those who think that I'm above reproach, because I see anytime I engage with any of these people above that I mentioned, because I haven't engaged yet with that original Copper Empress chick. And I know if I do, it's going to be a very, very frustrating conversation. And I believe that it's going to be all, pretty much the same thing, allowing the panel to beat up on one person when they're explaining something. Not letting the explanation get through before they misconstrue the information. So when we talk about these people, we have to be aware And not only aware, we have to be on point and diligent about these people, because these people are very, very dangerous to the community, and they will mislead you. And with that, I want to focus on this shit. I focus because it's a few birds that I want to kill with a stone, which I already done before, but I don't think I had a specific stream aimed towards the Aboriginal community, because at one time, I understand their plight. Like I said, I know they're trying to search for their so-called lineage, but in searching for that, stop hating on Africa. Africa don't got shit to do with y'all goddamn misplacement. I done said this 100 times. Then it will be people of the Aboriginal community like Sister Soul, or who else is it? But mainly Sister Soul. And I done seen Sister Bethy. I done seen these two bag up from talking bad about Africa, because I went on Philly OG's channel and I reminded both of them that stop talking bad about Africa, and then they will be a narcissistic asshole and bring up a fallacy and say, we ain't talking bad about Africa. Yes, y'all do. Y'all do talk bad about Africa, but none the motherfucking less. When I mentioned that and when I brought that up, I seen these two kind of bag up, but now they kind of like back at it again in terms of what they think Africa is. The guy PNF, right? He don't talk bad about Africa. I will give him that, but he think everything in Africa started from America. And that's a mistake. I need to have a formal debate with him in terms of that. It has to be set up, but it can be improved. But I totally disagree with him on that. Totally. And when he did his stream on the numbers and the origin of zero, he was doing his best to tie it back to America. And America was the one that invented the zero, when I totally illustrated it a long time ago in my streams that the digit system, the binary code system, the bit system, which is the binary digit, I already explained that. And I also tried to explain that on Sanchez's channel, and it got cut short. But I told him that Thoth, the god of writing, came up with the mathematics, and when he did, he came up with the Agda, because the 10 base system, that's what it is. It's the 10 base. Anything after 9, to say the least, will repeat itself, given the placement of the decimal or the zero, right? It can be to the left, it can be to the right, but given the fact anything after 9 repeats itself, so 0 or 9 becomes moot. Now it's 1 through 8. 8 is the only number that oscillates. It is. It's the only one that can move and give the same sequence going backwards and forward. And with that, that's how alternate current works. That's how oscillation works. Even in a direct current, the 8 is the only one that oscillates, to say the least, to put information between the positive and the negative, the 0 and the 9. And with that, I would challenge him on his information in terms of what he's saying that America has started. But he don't hate on Africa. And I love that about him, because what he's trying to do, he's trying to point, he's doing his due diligence in his history, right? And his research. And he's trying to gather information that will point him back to America, that everything started here. Not one time he hates on Africa. Not one time he called them pan boo-boos, or maybe I'm mistaken, because I'm just now coming into PNF information. Maybe he did. Maybe I got to go back on this shit to say the least, that he was probably calling Pan-African this Pan-Boo-Boos or whatever the fuck this nickname that's going around in the Aboriginal community. So I don't know. But if he didn't, more kudos to him. From the time that I start listening to him, it sounds like to me that he does not hate Africa's like D Calico. He does not put Africa down, but he makes sure that he points back to America and saying that America has ushered in some beginnings of what we call the 7 wonders of the world. But I am the 8th. You are now about to witness the 8th. But with that being said, the 7 wonders of the world, both D Calico and PNF, I think, is on the same page saying that America has a lot to do with the 7 wonders of the world. I'm not arguing that, but I am arguing that. But what I'm not arguing is that they do not put Africans down or Africa as a culture. They do not put them down. They may say, oh, Africa had to play catch up to America, or they may say America went over to Africa and gave them technology. Not one time they saying there was African booty scratchers and dumb shit like Africans that had something to do with the fucking slave trade, or I'm sorry, not the slave trade, but the selling of Indians or Aboriginals here. I don't hear them saying that shit. So if push came to shove, if an umbrella went up, I know they're going to scream their Moors. I know that. And I know they're going to try their best to adhere to what the white man has done to the word black. They're going to adhere to that. Black is bad. Black is this. Black in law dictionary. Black is this and black is that. I understand that. But if there was a such thing as an umbrella being pitched, they'll get up under that motherfucker. It's not taken away from the fact that they're Moors, but everybody in the world can't be that. So there is an umbrella that people have to come up under because we all have a common oppressor around the world. If you do not know how white supremacy, racism, how it works and what it is, everything you come to understand will only confuse you. And I swear there's a lot of people that's confused. They think they understand white supremacy, racism, but the more they come to understand, which is not a bad thing, but if you stuck in that literal sense, it will become bad. How they say too much of anything is bad for you. Yeah, too much of an understanding is bad for you. Because now you have to go through the 2 forms of digestion. Remember, when you ingest food in the mouth, that's the first sign of digestion. Your stomach is the second form of digestion. And then your large and your small intestines to your rectum, that is your third form of digestion. The one that wants to come out of your motherfucking asshole. Now you got rid of the waste. Same thing with understanding, understanding, overstanding, and then there's outstanding. Same fucking way that you have to digest food is the same way that you have to digest information. So when you come to an understanding, it just don't stop there. But with these motherfuckers that are so misleading, they pile up with understanding. And because of that, it becomes bad for you, because too much of anything is bad for you. With that being said, I respectfully challenge PNF again on the information that he's saying a lot of the wonders of the world is coming out of America. Now, like I said, my beef with the Aboriginal community is that they hating on Africa. Not only that they sound dumb as and silly as a motherfucker about where they think they come from on this land, but when they talk about Africa, they really look bad and stop Stop causing division in between something that can actually bail your ass out. Like I said, not only Congo had a gold deposit 2 years ago, but now fucking Uganda. And I'm going to show you something. You know what? Let me show you now. Excuse my bonnet that is on my head, so you might see my bonnet. And with that, let me go ahead and share this with you. And I can only play it out of my Facebook, right? I want y'all to see this. Let me go here, open up this camera. Y'all see me? Wow, it's too white. It can't focus. Okay, it says 70% gold mine for sale, discount for pro-black leaders. This is the ambassador that I've been telling y'all about.
At the end of the day, damn sure don't stop. It damn sure don't stop. Oh, we ain't trying to pick up. We ain't trying to pick up. I'm trying to show y'all the signature page. Y'all see these signatures.
Now, I know y'all heard me talk about this guy a few times. Out of Atlanta. The assembly is in Atlanta. It's in Atlanta, Georgia. And you got OG Philly and dumb motherfuckers who stay in that same state like a dreads who do not talk about this dude here. Are you motherfucking kidding me? I'm all the way in Milwaukee. How the fuck I should know about this dude?
This contract gives me the legal authority and power to allocate over 1,000 acres, of an active gold mine operational land down here in Serenade.
I had to pause it. I'm going to rewind it again. The man has a contract giving him permission to mine over 1,000 acres of fucking land where all this gold is popping up at. You silly dumbass niggas.
Authority and power to allocate
legal.
Been down here in Serenade, I'm going through it, working around challenges, making some big things happen. In the meantime, between time, you know we never sleeping. And you know, at the end of the day, it damn sure don't stop. It damn sure don't stop. Oh, we ain't trying to pick up.
I don't know why my camera is.
Trying to show y'all
this camera boo boo.
Y'all see these signatures. Hold on, Win. Chill out.
He's trying to show you the official paperwork. And it's written in Dutch. I'm pausing it again. Hey, Sister Amma, over there in the Netherlands, where the Dutch run that motherfucking shit. This shit is written in your language. Let's go.
What's going on?
Because what people don't know, just like how I told you yesterday on my yesterday stream, Canada is leading the nation in mining right now. So since you know that Canada has a interest in mining, well, you don't think the Dutch do? Not even that, America. But we don't know how to access America's resource to go ahead and do the mining. Yet alone the companies, PNF, not PNF, the personality on YouTube. I'm talking about PNF, the earth moving company. And then you got Caterpillar. You got Halliburton. These are companies that can go over there to Africa and get to moving that stone and that rock, finding precious metals. And now here is a young black brother out of Atlanta that I've been trying to point to. He's got permission to go ahead and mine 1,000 acres. And I guaranteed you he is not going to get no American black help in terms of like a Philly OG, like a Dreads, like a Chris Cyphers or Raphael Flat Power, wherever the fuck his name is. All these people are not going to invest in this man.
This contract is in Dutch. This contract gives me the legal authority and power to allocate over 1,000 acres of an active gold mine operational land down here in Suriname. I can partner with anybody who I want to on the planet, long as you ain't no terrorist. Long as you ain't no damn terrorist, all right?
He can partner with anybody he want to. He said, long as you're not no fucking terrorists. Like the bullshit that they be spewing. Because they sound like a fucking cult. These Aboriginal motherfuckers. The Flat Power people, y'all sound like a cult. And cults are so easily to be put under a terrorist group. Here is a young black man who's trying to get black folk. He did the mining for the fucking jewels. I was trying to tell you about. Man, y'all motherfuckers not ready for DIDAT. Because it's too much work to be done. When you fucking with DIDAT, you're going to have to do some work. The fuck you thought? This shit was going to come to you easy? No, nigga. Only thing I can do is just prepare you for opportunity. And when it meets, now you can take advantage of it. I want to see these Aboriginal assholes talk bad about that because the man is in Africa. The man is an ambassador from Kenya. Born and raised in Atlanta. A nigga just like you will assume, oh, he Indian, like y'all was saying about Lex. Or Lex don't look like African. He look more like a Cherokee. When you look at this brother, you're going to say the same motherfucking dumbass statement. He looked like a Chickasaw. But yet, he's a Pan-Africanist. He's not trying to get people to go back to Africa, you stupid motherfuckers. He's trying to get your ass to invest in Africa because there is shit over there that has not been discovered. What's the saying goes with y'all people? You know what? Let me stop saying that shit because I'm starting to sound cruel as a motherfucker. And I don't want to be cruel. But it's a saying that I've been hearing in the community. There's nothing new up under the sun. No, there's nothing new up under the sun, but it's still yet to be discovered. What you thought? What the fuck you thought? If it's nothing new up under the sun, have you discovered the ice wall yet? Or you still motherfucking conspiring about the ice wall? As much as you try to say that we can't go to outer space, it's just as much as y'all cannot get to the ice wall. But yet again, y'all say it's an ice wall. And then y'all will go off the footage that the same footage is coming from the government, from NASA, the same people who got their finger on the button at NASA has their finger on the button with the ice wall. So how the fuck that the ice wall exists, but space don't? I don't get it. And your ancestors was talking more about space, outer space, than they was terrestrial on this earth. All the ancient cosmology that Sanchez speak of, do you know they talking more about outer space than they actually doing on the fucking terrestrial land? They talk more about the moon than they do with the ice wall that y'all think that exists. They talk more about the planets than what y'all were talking about. You got extra lands and shit and layers of other land and all this and that. But yet, y'all allow this dude to lull y'all to sleep. And he lulls y'all to sleep with the same info that he's misconstruing. Because if he wished to talk about his ancestors like the Dogons or the Pygmy, he'll know that they were more out of space than they were on land in terms of their whole entire philosophy. Their whole entire philosophy was dealing with the Sirius star system, not the fucking Earth. They knew where they was already at. What they were doing, they were searching for something that amazed them and they had some type of connection to. They already knew the Earth. We already subdued it with Adam and Eve. I don't talk religion, y'all, for a reason. For a reason. For a reason. And I'm not going to talk it, but I'm just going to give you soft reminders of what people assume to be the story. But we already subdued the earth. We've been subdued it. So with these Dogons, they already knew how the earth operated. But what they did not know is how Ceres operated. They didn't know how the major and the minor, the Dipper, the Polaris, they didn't know how that shit worked until they started focusing on it. And when they started focusing on it, guess what? They was talking more about outer space than they was about Earth. Earth has already been explained in Genesis. Nigga, what the hell are you talking about? That to subdue the Earth is so easy. That's the easy part. And this nigga study having you focused on this motherfucker. Mother Earth, we don't supposed to be eating meat and all this and that. Dude, I will show you a people. My fault. I will show you a people that they wish they can live like them. And trust me, they talk as if this is the way we're supposed to live. Do you know they eat meat, man? I'm talking about the people who will draw a plan on flat dirt and then get to digging. And next thing you know, it looked like a fucking luxurious goddamn hot tub hotel or some shit like that. These people coming from like Singapore or coming from, you know, the Far East countries, and even in Brazil, these are the people that know how to use the land and build their houses as if they were like skyscrapers and shit like that. Steps, floors, all of that. They don't have elevators, but they steps. They got floors to it and all of that. Built with bamboo stick in there. Cut out patches of grass and shit to insulate the motherfucker. Raws a motherfucker in their building skills. So close to earth. So close to nature. This is what Sanchez talk about. You know those people eat meat, nigga. Don't you know those people eat? They need the meat for their protein to fucking build the goddamn buildings. You silly ass motherfucker. You don't think that they don't know the right way of living or the right way of eating? These people are primitive. They are the most oldest and ancient people on the fucking planet. And they eat meat. All you self-righteous ass vegans, y'all so misled that it's pathetic. It's pathetic. You silly dumb motherfuckers. Like I said, put your ass to work. You'll conk out in 2 hours. All you fucking vegans. That's the reason why Supernova Slum was trying to come up with an alternative to protein. And he still can't come up with the alternative. He's almost like a charlatan in terms of the shit. But I would try to give him the benefit of the doubt that his greens work. Sarnetta promoted the shit. Queen Afua is promoting the shit. A few people are promoting the shit. I'm hoping that the shit is doing justice for him, but trust me, it's not. And the number one thing he talk about is protein. Protein. And he's trying to find an alternative to the protein and can't find the alternative. Because if you put that nigga to work, he's going to be asking for a stronger protein than what he's trying to give out in terms of sea moss and all. He's going to start needing nuts, heavy nuts. And you know what y'all vegetarians say about certain nuts. You know what y'all vegetarians, because y'all follow Dr. Sebi's diet. Too much of this. Peanuts is not natural. Blase, spliffy, woo woo. Motherfucker, you better put this shit in your body. If you call yourself not eating meat and you need to work more than 4 hours, you better start packing up on nuts that your so-called dietitian told you not to eat. Or you're going to be he lacked protein. Dr. Sebi lacks protein. You put him to work for 3 hours, he will conk out. He will conk out like a car. He will run out of gas. He will conk out, literally. And remember, I'm just saying, this is America, right? I think people have found a way to try to sneak in, little snacklets and shit while they working and shit. But, I'm just using this as a buffer, to say the least. Construction workers don't have that luxury. When they on a building, they on a building. And they first lunch break is the only time they get to eat. If they are a vegetarian, and if they don't have the right amount of motherfucking nutrients in their body, they will conk out. They will ask the foreman, can they go downstairs and drink their motherfucking smoothie to get some more energy? And every hour on the hour, you'll find yourself drinking a smoothie because you need the energy. While you see everybody else busting their ass, never putting a tool down, getting the job done. OG Phillies of the world will have to rest their tool and rest their body because they're out of energy because they have no protein. They have absolutely no protein. And with that, this is the people who are misleading everybody. Like I said, I just showed you a gentleman. His name is St. Michael Ewers, Ewers. He is a young black ambassador that was blessed by the Kenyans to represent the connection between Kenya and America. It's his choice. I know for a fact that I register with him under the African Union because that's what he represents. He represents the African Union. I registered. Far as I'm concerned, I'm a member of it. So whatever kind of benefits, I would be the first in line to either take advantage of them or leave them alone. But since I do have the privilege to knowing that this exists, I try to extend it out to y'all, but it falls on deaf ears when it goes to a Sanchez show, when it goes to dreads and shit like that, because they'll have you in a false sense of security, thinking that because the way they teach, I swear, you would think a sky daddy is fit to come out of the sky. They will if you listen to Sanchez and you listen to dreads, you will be waiting on a God to come out of the sky. Them niggas are so misleading. And with that, I know nobody is above reproach, and that's include myself. So what I want to do is show them proper etiquette, not YouTube etiquette, proper etiquette, where it can redefine what they think is YouTube etiquette, because that ain't YouTube. That's just bitch made motherfuckers, and it expresses itself on an instrument or on a tool other than what you using your mouth for, because tools are an extension of you. If you are a master in wielding tools, it will show. It will show. If you are amateur at wielding tools, like in the beginning, wielding all the electronic devices, and not the devices in terms of that, but the finding out how to use StreamYard, and all, I was a total amateur at it. Now I think I'm intermediate, but I was a motherfucking amateur at it, and it showed. And you can see people who are experts at it, like a Red Squid. It shows. Even copper tone, it shows. You can look at their background. They got a lot of nuances and shit, the noises and shit, the sound effects. I mean, even Squid filling up all his folders and shit like that. Right? That expertise shows on their show. It shows that. So if you don't know how to wield a tool, like I said, that it will show. If you know how to wield the tool, it will show. And we know who know how to wield tools and who don't, because I give you tools that you can take it outside of this electronic world and wield them. Not, I'm trying to tell you, not with them other motherfuckers. And what I'm doing is I'm extending this olive branch back out to them. Come on up here. It's a wide open panel. I am not above reproach, Sanchez. I am not above reproach, Dreads. And here's the kicker about it. I engage with them on their panels and on their channels. Again, them with they fucked up way of they thinking this is etiquette. That's not etiquette. Y'all some pussies. Y'all some bitch made ass niggas. That's like me coming on your block, punking the fuck out of you, waiting for you to come to my block, but you never come. But you still over there talking shit. As if I never came to your block and punked you. Come on over here. I'm going to extend the olive branch and I'm going to show you what true etiquette is. I'm not going to mute you. I'm not going to kick you off. And I am going to give you the common courtesy of 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, then I'm going to get belligerent like you. No, but never. I'm not going to do that. But I'm still going to give you 3 minutes. But in the midst of that, once I am to rebuttal or to react to your quote, I'm going to verbally beat the living shit out of you. What's going on? Knowledge Uprising. Chris, Calico Chris in the house. What's up, Shadow Band? What's going on? But with that being said, this is an invite or an addressment invite to people who think that Didact is talking a bunch of shit, that because this is from what I'm hearing with my ear to the ground. Philly OG says Didact mad because he don't got no numbers or whatever the fuck he's talking about, views or whatever the case may be. He mad because he only got 78. At first it was 74. And it grew to 78. But at that time, it was 74 subscribers. He was trying to talk bad about that. Okay. Why are you so afraid of me and my 74 subscribers? Because I come to your panel and can't even get to get respect for even a one-liner. If I just came up there to give a one-liner, why are you so afraid that I might open up the eyes of those who you think that are following you? Because I'm letting you know I am mostly needed in this community. This community is looking for something alternative. They are looking for something different than what they are so used to. I am that difference. But it was a purpose for me to know that in them finding their difference, they are bumping into some dumb shit like Sanchez, like that Copper Empress Holbert bitch. I gotta say that because that's who she is. She's a punk ass bitch. If you keep Africa out of your name, keep Africa up out of your mouth, I will start calling you an unstable creature. But until then, you are a punk ass bitch. That unstable creature can switch over to ma'am if you really keep Africa up out of your mouth. But until then, you's a punk ass bitch. But motherfuckers like this, the reason why I'm in this community, because this community needed the most. And me giving this information is a necessary by all means, like Malcolm X. So Big Dreads, ain't that his name? Big Aboriginal Power. Because one thing that I will do, right? People have seen it. I will come up there and participate on their panels. But right now, I took a back seat in terms of Big Aboriginal Power and any other people's panels in terms of Philly OG and Chris Cyphers. And I did Chris Cyphers one time and never again. Now, I will never go on that panel again. Never. Never. But with that being said, I took a back seat to certain people's panels for the simple reason because they do the same shit that Sanchez does. So since Sanchez is their master teacher, why not just keep going to Sanchez channel? I will be wasting my time going to Big Aboriginal channel. I will be wasting my time to go to Philly OG's channel. I would be wasting my time going to, because they all participate on Sanchez shit. Even with Key Norfolk. And from my understanding, I think Bobby Knife got a channel going now. I did not know that. I viewed it. I seen a couple videos up there, to say the least. I didn't know that this nigga had a channel. I thought he was one of these few people that will jump on people's panels with absolutely no content, just commentary, just yapping out the mouth, blah, 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 no content. So now he got a channel. I think he was pressured into that, just like how I was. I was pressured into getting the channel. But that was eventually going to happen without the pressure. But I got my channel going. People see the content that I'm putting out, straight content. Sometimes I give commentary like I'm probably doing today and yesterday on Sanchez, about Sanchez. Yeah, I do commentary, but for the most part, I do content. But today is a special day in terms of me being on this stream because I am not above reproach. I need these people to come on here and tell me what the fuck that they have a problem with in terms of me. Peace and love, Roderick Jakes. Peace and love. But yeah, I want to know, why is it that when Didact comes on people's panels, that Didact get treated the way he get treated? And here's the kicker about it. I see people come up there and disagree with him, right? Somewhat having the same attitude in terms of the way they arguing back and forth. I never see Sanchez kick him off. He allowed the argument to go on for 30 to 45 minutes, not one motherfucking time that I have ever lasted no longer than 10 minutes with this nigga. 10 minutes. Yeah, Bobby got a channel. Schumann. Yep, Bobby got a channel. Yep. So if anybody do got the motherfucking link, shoot it out there. Because I don't mind it. Because I'm gonna challenge his red, black, and green shit. I'm sorry, not red, black, and green, red, blue, and green. I'm gonna challenge that. Him and Key Norfolk. Hey, y'all, it's gonna be a respectful. This is what I'm talking about. A respectful challenge. No ad hominems, no calling people out of their name, no fallacies is going to be used, none of that shit. But I'm just going to simply say, yellow is the color of sun rays. That's all I'm going to fucking say. But I want to challenge y'all on that shit. Again, this is misleading to people like with the 369 shit. That is so misleading. Those are just levels of completion. That is no secret to no matrix or none of that shit. I done showed you where the matrix is at. It's the Ogdog, baby. But with that being said, I want to challenge them on that. Because if they're assuming that this with this red, blue, and green thing, that they are manipulating the Trinity, no, they're not. They're not manipulating the Trinity. Only thing they're doing is giving. They are using what they were given in terms of what is the magic of colors, and with that, they demonize the most important color. Not them, because they know what the people like artists. Because I done gave you an artist that told you that black is the color of queen, right? I don't went through that. He's a French artist and novelist, and he goes around painting royalty. And when he gave his quote, he said, "Black is the color of queens. Black is the color of queens." So again, people who know colors, like real colors, they know that black is the ultimate color, the best color. But because you are falling under the red, blue, and green, you will assume that black is bad and black cats are bad luck. What's going on, HOTC, Brandon? Black cats are bad luck and bad guys wear black. You stuck on that shit because you under the construct of red, blue, and green, and not knowing that yellow is your primary color. Not knowing and knowing at the same time, because photosynthesis tells you. Photosynthesis tell you that yellow is the motherfucking primary color and not green. Green is a reflection. Remember, colors that we see, and he'll say this, they are devoid of what the color that we see. So when we see green, it's devoid of that. That's just what we see out of the color spectrum. And so what is yellow? What is yellow to your primary green that you think you see all over the place with your trees and your veggie life and all this and that? And another thing, I wanted to go up there, but I know what's going to happen. Again, I am not above reproach. So the people that I'm speaking this out to, y'all can come up here. The Bobby Knights, the King Norfolks, all of these Raphael flat planes, the Rashard flat plane, all y'all can come up here. Y'all are not going to be cut off, but y'all going to get verbally beat down once I get to talking. Once I get to talking, y'all going to get verbally beat down, and I'm going to show you etiquette. I'm not going to show you YouTube shit that insinuates you as a bitch ass nigga. The muting, the cutting off, all the sound effects and shit in the background when the motherfucker trying to talk, that's bitch made ass shit, dog. That means that you ain't even remotely ready for the fucking revolution if it kick off. Because you's a bitch made ass nigga, you just talking shit. Really, nigga, get the fuck off these airwaves. That should be the proper etiquette. That should be a rule. That should be an etiquette in a motherfucking what's the word I'm looking for? That should be the ethics and the morals on YouTube. That you cannot bring that bitch shitness from where you assume where your block is at or where you've been raised from. You can't bring that shit to YouTube, because YouTube is an information highway. And if you flood this information highway with a bunch of bullshit, when people are trying to look to wake up, You're in the way. And trust me, these niggas are in the motherfucking way. They don't, you right, Weezy, and they don't want the smoke. They gonna stay as far, and they listening to me because Sir Drop took my goddamn wrench after I exposed him the second time. The first time I did it on Cook's channel. I won't, oh yeah, that's another motherfucker. Cook, bring your ass up here. I know you in the background listening, you in that beach. Both of y'all, bring your ass up here because I'm not above reproach. Y'all thought I forgot about y'all asses, didn't y'all? I didn't forget about y'all asses because I thought that our Cook channel was going to be a safe channel for people to express what they know versus what they think. Because I do not believe in shit. I think to know. So I thought that our Cook channel was a channel where a motherfucker can give off information on what they know and what they think. Oh, I was sadly mistaken. That shit was as worse, if not worse than Sanchez shit. Only place I found kind of like refuge, and I'm using that loosely, is on fucking Huey's channel. That's it. Everywhere else I got met with hostility. So our Cook and Beach, I know y'all in the back motherfucking listening. Just like how Sir Drop be in the back listening because he took my wrench away. Like I said, the first time I exposed Sir Drop, it was on Cook channel. I didn't get the opportunity to properly go through the editing. The time that now I exposed him the second time and I had a chance to edit, the whole community was up in roar calling Sanchez a cop and he a snitch. I the one that did that shit. They like Sir Drop so much that they'll let that roll off the shoulder when they talk about Sir Drop, because Sir Drop is not a career police. They know that Sanchez is a career police. Unlike Sir Drop, he just said, and I'm saying it again, if you can be a paid agent, that'd be good. I want to be a paid agent. That'll make you a super agent. That's exactly what his words were. And when I pointed that out, a lot of people can let that roll off their shoulder because they can say to themselves, oh, he is not a career cop, because at that time he was not thinking about being a police officer until Sanchez said, I'm an agent. Everybody here is an agent. If you're not an agent and you're at home sitting not doing nothing, then you don't have an agenda. I just gave the definition of agenda yesterday. That is not what people assume agenda to be. Agendas are written down, nigga. They are reports. That's what an agenda is. So it falls right up under the umbrella of an agent. So you have to be careful with these so-called coin phrase words, because what it would do would cause confusion within the motherfucking community. So when a motherfucker like me steps up there trying to open up the eyes of those who are fucking got the wool pulled over it, they'll start calling me an agent. And motherfuckers know how far I am from being a motherfucking officer or police or wherever the fuck. I'm so far away from that shit. And here go Philly OG, because he's an agent, right? Trust me when I say this. When a person is, if they keep saying something about a person, like personally, something about a person that they're not, 9 times out of 10, that's what they are. So when Philly OG keeps saying, Didac is, he love the government, Blase Splivy, really, Philly OG loves the government. But he has to make evil look fair seeming and point the shit towards my way. That's an arbitrary agent. That's arbitrarily acting. He don't know the tactic he's using, but that is a tactic. It's a tactic to make. It's called a smoke screen tactic. When you making a motherfucker think that they what they are, but you really are. So when you hear these motherfuckers keep saying that they are agent, they agents, actually they are. They the agents. And like I said, I'm raising my hand and I'm tooting my motherfucking horn. I the one that brought that shit to awareness after my second addressment on the fact that both Sir Drop and Sanchez said on Huey's panel about 2 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, that they were agents out of their mouth. Out of their motherfucking mouth. And he said, and Sanchez double talked y'all to the point where he can actually now sit on his ass and not do nothing. He double talked y'all because he said, if I wasn't he said, if I was not an agent, I would be sitting at home doing nothing and being on a computer. Whoa. So what you're saying, Todd? What you're saying, Todd? What are you saying? This is what I'm saying, is that the dude double talked y'all, meaning that if he have y'all thinking that an agent is out in the field and working and he's at home sitting, y'all will look at him fair seeming and say that he's not an agent. But he said it in double talk and said, if I was not an agent, I will be sitting at home doing nothing. That's an agent who is cognizant of a trick. That is a trick. All right. Sanchez is smarter than what motherfuckers think. And with that, he is strategically placing information out there to confuse people. It's strategic. It's very strategic. And if you think that I'm bullshitting or lying, come on to my feed and let me know that because I am not above reproach. If you think I'm hating, you think I'm lying, because this is what y'all like to do. Y'all like to pile up on Sanchez channel. And y'all like to go through a list of people who y'all assume to be trolls or whatever the fuck case may be. And then the moment that my name being mentioned, that gives y'all the opportunity to say, Didac jealous. He jealous of Sanchez. Blase splitty woo woo. This give y'all all the opportunity to say, Didac, when he come to people panel, he disagree with everybody. So now here's your chance to come to my motherfucking panel and give me criticism, because you don't have none. Even when I did open up the panel and you assume to be trying to tell me what I've been doing, I don't do that shit, because your definition of troll changes every day. Drop. Your definition of a troll only fits your narrative. Because I don't do trolling. Sanchez do. According to your definition. According to your definition. Because I came up to Sanchez's show with a legit motherfucking debate argument. The debate argument is that, do he think there is do he think or still think that one God is responsible for everything? I'm paraphrasing. You know what? I got the question written down. Let me see if I can see it here. No, I don't feel like searching for it, but I'm paraphrasing. But that was the question around and about, because I was going to prove to him, no, there are 8 creator gods. And he didn't want the smoke whatsoever, because he is not ready for a discussion like that. He has his people sleep. He has them lulled to sleep enough that the one God thing or the monotheistic approach in life, considering how it is with the mass majority of the people thinking that the world is round, it's just like how mass majority of the people think is only one God, and how it's only a few people teaching that the world is flat. It's only one motherfucker teaching that that it was 8 creator gods. I don't have a group of people with me, but people know about the odd God, but they still say it's only one creator God. No, I beg to differ on that. And I will argue anybody and debate anybody on that with all due respect. But when I went up to what's his name panel, when I went up to Sanchez panel, he didn't want to hear nothing about the debate. So, okay, let's talk about numbers then, because these numbers coincide for what I'm talking about in terms of the 8 creators. How can I get 8 creators out of the numbers? Simple. I done went through it 100 billion times, and that's what I was just going to do. I was just going to explain to him softly what the numbers meant in Egyptian cosmology. Just really, really simple. In Egyptian cosmology, it's outside of theology. It is actual applied mathematics, supreme mathematics, algorithm mathematics, quantum mathematics. Just in the ancient Egyptian cosmology, whether if you go into the coffin text, going into the Book of Dead, going into the Emerald Tablets, they will explain it not monotheistically. They will explain it theologically to those minds that are novice, and they will not be able to grasp onto the supreme mathematics. But you got to grab onto something. So you grabbing onto what people now consider to be religion. But within my so-called religion, I'm using that loosely because at first I explained it to him in a theology way. Now I'm going to go to the supreme mathematics and show you where the Ogdog is at and where these 8 creator gods are at. But of course, it fell on deaf ears. It was not able to be explained. I didn't explain it on my panel a million times, to say the least. Please go back on my shit and you'll see it. But to make it simple, to simplify, 0 is what is hidden. 1, that's what's internal, considering what you are. The 1 is the one that you are looking for in your search is you. That is you. 2 is primordial darkness and primordial waters. The darkness is the first form of light. An equation in algebra equations, light equals darkness over brightness plus illumination. Or you can go times illumination. You can't divide them. You can't divide them, or you can't subtract them. So it's either multiplying or adding illumination to these two, what we consider darkness and brightness. Those are the two opposites. Those two opposites is what you call light. That's light. But people got you bamboozled into thinking that the brightness is light only. So when you hear the word turn off the light, you will assume that all light is gone. No, you're just turning off the brightness. That's it. There's a whole nother form of light that you can see. Either you can or you can't see through. I mean, some people take adjustment in terms of their eyes adjusting. The pupils got to dilate. So it can, what they call that shutter speed or exposure. So your eyes can adjust to the exposure. So in all in all, the motherfuckers don't want no parts of Didact, because if Didact comes to their platform, or even if they come to Didact's platform, it will have a huge playback. it will have a huge playback. Okay, Christian LaFont, he said it is only one God. See, check it out. If there was only one God, right? The contribution and the attributes, the contribution in terms of what you will bring to a table in terms of what you think is what's the word I'm looking for? If it's going to help, in other words, the contribution that you think you bring to the table is going to help. In that contribution, you will recognize out of the contribution that something else is being brought to the table that you may disagree with. Now you starting to identify with something else other than what you think, what you're bringing to the table, because you feel like you in tune with this one God. You in tune with this one entity. You are directly tied into it. So whatever you bring to the table is just what it is. It's according to that one God. But somebody else can bring something to the table. How do you identify with that? Since they're only one God. Like I said, even breaking it down to its common denominator, you still got 8 creators. And what I mean by that is when it's broken down to its very last compound, when it's broken down to its very last common denominator, it's always 2. 2 is your first prime in all your numbers. 0 is whole, not natural. 1 is a whole and a natural number. Going forth, you usually just say natural numbers from that point, but you can call them whole numbers. But 0 is not a natural number. It stands alone. It's what is hidden. All right? With that, 1 is you, not God, not the creators. That's you. Primordial waters, primordial darkness is the universal or cosmic conduits into bringing this life in. Your first step is the Trinity that is being built. That's the 3. The 4 is the composite, the 4 corners of the earth, the 4 elements that you can think of. Blah, 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 Skippy. Everybody knows about the 4. I shouldn't have to be redundant about the 4. But when you're doing loop, universal loop, it's the 4-2-1 rule. The 3 stands by itself. So when it goes back to the 4-2-1 rule, it's the 2 entities, the up, the down, the left, the right, the hot, the cold, the male, the female, feminine, masculine, the energies, positive, negative. These 2 play on the 4. As simple you can break it down. 2 over 4 is 1 over 2. When you break it down. So since you know this in mathematics, you know for a fact that it's not one God. The 1 is talking about you. You have to come to a clearer understanding with yourself. Only way you can get that is you got to oscillate. You have to return back to figure it all out. And then now you can skip steps. Because right now, everybody want to skip steps to knowing who is God. Who is God? Especially with the singular pronunciation. Who is God? And in your steps, some people retard or some people have arrested development after 6. They don't reach their God body. And even if they do, they stop there too. Once they can get back to oscillating back to the beginning, then they have a clear understanding. It's 4 absolutes that take place. And in these 4 absolutes, there are 2 energies pulling on these 4 absolutes. What are the 4 absolutes? What is what is hidden, what's internal, primordial darkness, and primordial waters. What's pulling on these four? The negative, the positive, the up, the down, the left, the right, the male, the female, the masculine, the feminine. I don't have to keep going on and on and on. But these are the two that's pulling on the four. When they created Earth, it was four corners. It was two on each corner. These are your creator gods. They create on the one thing, on our one universe that we will consider it. But it's multi-universes. But the one that we know that we live on, 8 created on the one. Not one created on the one. Because if the one created the universe, it will be no such thing as polarity. It will be no such thing as polarity if there was only one God. This is what happens in the midst of people finding their way. I'm not trying to put it on y'all. Trust me, I'm not. But what I am saying is this, is that when people try to find their way, they want to associate their whole entire life of doing good, unless they just know that they are out of nature, to say the least, like a Jeffrey Dahmer. He was totally out of nature. So he knew what he was doing was asinine. But trust me, the devil has a heaven for that man. If you assume that he's going to be burned and brimstone and pitchfork to death and all this and that, nigga, that's not in hell. I think that's in heaven. I really think that's in a heaven where God can control it. But in other words, the devil got control. You don't think he's going to award and reward his souls for doing his work on this fucking planet? Y'all are sadly mistaken. That's the reason why I'm not putting my shit on y'all in terms of that, in terms of the thought. But this is my thought. What people tend to do in their life is they try to place an onus on what all they do, and they say, they try to put it in the good graces of a God that they will assume that it got a heaven waiting on them. And they think they've been doing good all their life. There's nothing wrong to think that way. But when you're thinking that way, you have to be real with yourself. Because right now, when you think like that, you're in reality. There's a difference between what is real and what is reality. ITY changes that whole motherfucking construct. It changes the whole construct. I don't worship no one, Christian. It's not about worship. It's about knowing how this world operates in terms that thereof. Once you learn how the world operates, then you can navigate in between what you think is good and what's bad. Because in Tao, which is the Agda, but in Taoism or Taoists, they try to get people to focus on what's in between. When you focus on what's in between, then you can navigate between as above, so below. But there's something in between that as above and so below. There's something in between what's positive and what's negative. There's something in between the masculine and feminine. Once you start learning how to navigate through that, then and only then you will be able to distinguish how this world is working and who's, and when people make a choice to work through certain energies, certain geometry, certain magic, you will know who these people are moving about for. So when you give onus to something that's greater than you, you have to understand that there is more than one thing that is working on that. And once you come to that realization that is more than one thing working on that, then it would be easier for you to navigate and Make pro-choices in terms of what you think is bad and what you think is good. Because I'm letting you know there are religious zealots that will tell you what you bring to the table is evil. I'm just letting you know that. But right now in your mind, you think that you're doing the right thing and God got your back. It's cool to think that way. It's cool. Go ahead. But when you are faced with what is real, then you'll start recognizing that it ain't all what it seems to be in terms of this monogamy. I was about to say monogamy. It ain't all what it seems in this monotheism shit. It has the people confused. And to do away with the confusion is with mathematics. And that was done away with a long time ago, but yet people were still trying to manipulate. And then I think it was Imhotep who introduced the world to monogamy. I said monogamy, monotheism. I think it's Imhotep. It's one of those Egyptian pharaohs. The Egyptian pharaoh introduced this shit, not the Egyptian gods. I'm going to say that again. The Egyptian gods did not introduce monotheism. It was a man who decided to put it all up in one nutshell. And when he did that, he confused the motherfucking world. He confused the world because you did have people subscribing to what you will assume to be their God. For instance, you got motherfuckers who hugged the tree. They came up with their God that you can associate with. So when you approach these people, you know they are governed by a tree god. So you know how to maneuver with these people. This is what's in between. Another one may, another person may have a god of alchemy, and they're coming up with shit. You will know how he's maneuvering by the power that be or whatever is greater than him, which is metal in the goddamn earth. That's bigger than you. Trust me, it's bigger than you. And with that being said, he's learning how to manipulate that because he has tapped into a greater power. It don't have shit to do with monotheism. So when you talking to him and he's telling you the God that he worship, and I'm using that loosely, you will know how to maneuver around him or maneuver with him. But we are caught up in this monotheism. And because of that, we are in a state of confusion trying to figure out the works of God and the works of devil. And little that motherfuckers know that these are two different entities that are polar opposites of each other. How can I say that? They are diametrically opposite. They are diametrically opposite. No, that's what I'm saying. Metal in its essence is bigger than you. Metal in its essence is bigger than any human being. It's not, I put it to you like this, your computer is not made out of humans. I'm using that lightly because some people may have the theory that it's human DNA within the computers or computer chips. So let me think of something else. A bicycle or a car is not made out of human beings and human flesh. And that in itself was wheeled into a car. All that metal, the rubber that comes from the tree, all that shit, even if you got a wood grain motherfucking steering wheel, all that shit was wheeled from something that is bigger than you. Because if that was the case, then they would have just take you and turn you into a car. Because if there was a such thing as anything at our disposal, would be human beings. So yeah, wood, metal, fire, water, and the earth. These 5 elements are way bigger than you. And with that, a lot of people don't understand in terms of that manipulation, because people of yesteryear, not now, I'm talking about before the concept of monotheism, everybody had a God for what they was working with in terms of that. And what I forgot what fucking pharaoh this was. This was long before him, when they was writing the coffin text, and when I guess the information was coming to them by way of spirit or soul, and when they was talking about Tahuti, the god of writing, the god of mathematics, he came down and told the pharaohs that there are 8 entities working on what we consider a base 10, the 0 through 9, all mathematics, all universal language, cosmic language, because it's going to be spoken through math. From 0 to 9 is where everything is going to be revealed. This was Tahuti, or Thoth. Most people call him Thoth. I think that is his Greek name, but Tahuti is his Egyptian name. But when he written this in the coffin text, I gotta get that goddamn pharaoh's name. I gotta get his name. But when the pharaoh wrote this under the inspiration, it made all the sense of the world. So the world was already in multi or polytheism. The whole world was. So when all these books was being written, they was being written into narrowing it down and getting control of what you think you know. So now the thinking, it is becoming knowing, or science as they call it. Now it's becoming scientifical in what we do and not accidental. Now we're repeating what we have done. For instance, a person who believed that they can make a brick, they can make a brick. But if you ask them, how did you make that brick? They won't tell you. They can't tell you how they made the brick. They'll be like, I don't know, I just made it. But if it's a person who thought about making that brick, you give them the opportunity to make the brick. Now he's knowing how to make the brick. So when you go back and ask him, how do you make the brick? He will tell you step by step on how he made the brick. The reason why I bring that up is because most people fall up under the belief. So when shit happens, they will automatically dismiss it out of the person who has a connection with the entities. The entities being earth, wind, fire, water. The entities of being north, south, east, west. Learning how to grid a neighborhood, knowing how shapes and three-dimensional objects work. These are people who have more than one God, trust me. And they will put them under the category of an atheist. They will put them under a category of an atheist in terms of if they don't believe in one God. But they trust me. They know about the Agda. They know about the 8 entities that surrounds the 4 absolutes, because gods are an attribute. God is not an absolute. I'm going to say that again, because a lot of people got this shit fucked up. Gods are not an absolute. They are attribute to the absolutes. What are the absolutes? The 4 corners of the earth, the 4 elements in terms of what is terms of what is coming into fruition under the 3 dimensions. what's hidden, what's eternal, the primordial waters, and the primordial darkness. Those are your four absolutes. Then everything after that is an attribute to that. It's an attribute to it. So all the attributes is starting to come later. And once man figure it out, he'll be okay. If I go to this corner of the earth, I got a governing entities that tells me I can go either left or right. If I go to this corner of the earth, it's the same thing. It's not the same two gods because you went from north to south now. Now it's south. It's the same in terms of energies is concerned, but different gods. In terms that thereof, I'm talking about theology. But if we're talking mathematics, it's just positive and negative. It's positive and negative on all four of those corners. There's up and down on all four of those corners. There's left and right on all four of those corners. And that works in conjunction with the four attributes in terms of north, south, east, west. Even your hot, cold, wet, dry. Even your up, down, left, right. Because they showing polarity or the yin and the yang, even in all directions. And that giving you directions. And guess what you got a chance to do? You got a chance to either go to the right or you go to the left. So when you thinking that it is one creator, God, which are attributes, if you think that is one creator, God, doing all of this, we have a lot of talking to do. We can talk about it. I'm not here to convince you. Only thing I'm here to do is prepare you. So when an opportunity comes, you can say to yourself, damn, I remember him telling me this. So now that I met the opportunity, now I can rebuttal it. Or you can take it and just say, well, fuck it. I don't want to deal with it and blase spliffy woo woo. But the only thing I'm doing is showing you preparation. That's it. So getting back to the crux, I don't know if that in itself help you understand the reason why that I do not subscribe to a one God theory. Most people do because they are trying to find themselves in that one God. They are. So they're going to attribute everything that they do to that one God, even if they go ass backwards wrong. And they'll tell them that they want. This is what's confusing. Your one God will tell you, hey, you going down the wrong path. But the one God will tell you, no, you got free will, though. You got free will because I control both sides. What? That don't make no sense. So even you in sin, just like I said about Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer is sitting on a bigger throne than motherfucking Martin Luther King right now. He has to be. He has to be. The dude did more of an injustice than Martin Luther King did for justice. And if there's only one man controlling both injustice and justice, that means that Jeffrey Dahmer should be sitting on a throne bigger than Martin Luther King because he did worse than what Martin Luther King did good. And there's only one God, remember? There's only one God now. That shit is confusing. That shit is confusing. I think it's more understood that the devil is an entity that can create and manipulate just as much as your God, Jesus, Allah, or whoever the fuck name you want to put on it. Now I'm kind of talking religion because I wanted to steer away from the shit. But now here I'm talking about it in terms of theology is concerned because that's what I'm going to stick with. I'm going to stick with strictly theology. I'm going to not try to get religious because religion is dealing with these other fucking names. But let's just look at it very simply. You have an entity that is responsible for all the wrongdoing. he has just as much fucking creative power and manipulation as your God Jesus does. Face the facts. Because if you do, you will have a better understanding what's in between, so above, so below. You will have a better understanding of that. Until then, you confuse as a motherfucker because you thinking your free will is allowing you to do what God said is bad. Fuck out of here. No, you got a free will to choose either the creator devil or the creator God. And I'm putting it only in that sense for you to understand. Again, this shit is religious. I hate this shit. It will muck the waters up. I'm mucking the waters up talking religious shit right now. And I try to steer clear away from that shit. But I'm just letting you know, simplifying it. Just simplifying it. In mathematics, 4 plus 2 is 6. 6 is your cube. X to the third power is what you see, 3 dimension. 4 times 2 is 8, which gives you your oscillator. 4 or 2 minus 4 is 2. Getting back to the essence of what they call your first prime number. That is your first prime. 0 and 1 are not a prime. 2 is. It's not a composite. It's a prime. 3 is your second prime. In mathematics, primes are what numbers that stand by themselves in terms of what is beginning, what is finna start. Let me go through the primes and let me go through the composites. 2 is a prime. 3 is a prime. 5 is a prime. 7 is a prime. Your composites are 4, 6, 8, and 9. 9 being your perfect square. 4 being your perfect square. 1 in its square matrix is perfect because they're talking about you. And remember, neo means new. It don't mean the one. Neo means new. I'm bringing y'all new information. I am Morpheus. Trust me in this shit. And what's going to happen? Because they can't catch up with me. They trying their best. Only way they going to catch up with me if it's a nigga named Cypher who will sell me out. Other than that, nigga, I'm moving all through this matrix. And what happens in the midst of this, when y'all get a taste of Morpheus, your eyes will get to opening up. And what will happen, you will get to disseminating that information out in the world. And the FBIs will catch a hold of wind to that. And then next thing you know, you're getting a visit from them telling you, stay away from Didact. He's dangerous. He's no good on this motherfucking internet. And I'd be God motherfucking damn if this ain't what's happening. Because if y'all think Sanchez is the person to wake up motherfuckers, if y'all think that Copper Empress Holbert, that dumb ass bitch is here to wake up people, if y'all think big Aboriginal power is here to wake y'all up, y'all are getting lulled back to sleep. Not to say the least that y'all taking a blue pill. Only thing y'all doing is just accepting y'all reality that y'all can't do shit about nothing. Because remember, when they woke, when Morpheus and Trinity first got in contact with Neo was still assuming to be in the Matrix in terms that thereof, even though the ages had pulled off some magic tricks on him. Remember, he said, how can you speak when you have no mouth? And that shit went over his head. And then when they slammed him on the table, they took the bug out, put it in his belly, and then he woke up out of a sleep. without taking a pill, nigga. Not one, not a blue or red pill that was being taken. So when the agents first show up, they ain't gonna show up with no pill to put you back to sleep. They just gonna rough you up a little bit and then tell you that whatever the fuck Didek said, ignore it. And then you're gonna wake up assuming that everything is A-okay, but guess what? Here come Morpheus again. Telling you, if they knew what I knew, you would be dead, nigga. If you knew what I knew, you be dead. People don't understand that movie, man. They don't understand the Matrix. That shit was too fucking heavy, nigga. Too heavy. Too heavy. And with that being said, like I said, I'm not above reproach. Y'all can come up here and tell me what's where I'm wrong at, and we can have a discussion. Because I know for a fact Sanchez, he afraid of the of my subscribers. Philly OG is scared of my subscribers, right? I haven't went on Dre's show in a long while, but I have a funny feeling he's afraid of my little 78 subscribers. And I'm saying little because it's growing big, but my big 78 subscribers, let me say that. I said little and to try to satisfy their ego. But with that being said, what's going on, y'all? Where's the key Northers at? That holds Sanchez at a high regard, that is ready to jump down a nigga's throat to protect him. Where are y'all at? At least y'all can come up and express what y'all assume for me to be a hater. Or is it that y'all not worried about Didac? Who the fuck is Didac? That's what y'all probably saying. Who is he? Oh, he's the only motherfucker that was able to come into the community and flip all y'all niggas' heads upside down, from Polite to Sonetta to the whole fucking Solar Vision debate league to Taz to Sanchez and to any and everybody else that I participated on. I was able to flip y'all right on your head, depending on if that was what I was going to do. Sister Amma, no, she's a sweet lady, so I'm not going to flip her on her head. All right. Huey, I flipped him on his head. He said he told me it ain't what you think it is. So I flipped him right back up, and he explained it to me. I was like, okay, well, yeah, I can get along with that. I can get with that. Because it was not always about if I'm a globe head, that's what they call it, or a glober, I'm not to be taken seriously. That right there, that shit did not happen on Huey's panel. Everybody know that how I feel, or what I do know, but I'm going to say how I feel just to satisfy y'all again. People know how I feel about the shape of the earth. So that's no secret. But what happens in that, people will use that and say, oh, he's a dummy, he's a dummy, he's a dummy. But I don't have talks with flat earthers. For one, Shadow Band, he's a flat earther. Me and him had a great build. Huey is a flat earther. We had great builds. Mental Ninja is a super flat earther. Super flat earther. We had great builds. I think I will balance that out with him. I think we had just as many arguments as we did great builds, but not one time where it got really belligerent. But I did get up under his skin once upon a time where he did a whole stream on me. So this was long before I even knew how to do streaming. The nigga did a whole stream on me. And I think it was like 15 minutes, but I vexed the fuck out of Mental Ninja. But with that, like I said, I flip niggas on their head, and then if they say, hey, it ain't what you think it is, I flip their ass right back up on their feet, and then we can have a discussion. But Sanchez's and Philly OGs and motherfucking Dreads, I flipped them on their head, never flipped them motherfuckers right back, because they are, let's say, pig-headed. Remember, Sanchez liked to use the word pigment. Pigment. God damn. But yeah, this is an olive branch. Like I said, this is an olive branch extended out to those who think that I'm above reproach, or they think that I have this certain attitude in which I'm hating on Sanchez and all his Sanchezians. This is the invite, because I'm not above reproach. I come to y'all stream. I do. I come up there, and I come up there respectful, just like how I did Key Norfolk. I came up there respectful, and I told him I don't want to vex you, and guess what the nigga did? He tried to make a joke out of the shit. He made a joke out of the shit. So, and that being that, that in itself is totally disrespectful. So now I'm extending the olive branch for you to come up, and none of that shit is gonna happen. You're gonna be able to say your shit without people interrupting, without motherfuckers trying to jump on you. Because remember, with my 78 people strong, you haven't heard not one motherfucking time that nobody got piled up on in my motherfucking streams. And I done had streams where I done had visitors from the Flat Earth community come over here. Sir Drop, Sister Soul, Vegan Warrior, Shadow Band, Mental Ninja. They participated. What's up with you, Sanchez? Like I said, when I went to King North for shit, the niggas started making in front of the fact that I said, I'm not here to vex you. I said that. I said, I'm not here to vex you. The motherfucker said, well, I don't want you to do I'm finna do some voodoo or some dumb shit he said, and it threw the whole thing off after he was drunk as a skunk, drunk as a motherfucker, challenging the fact that he want to challenge on Flat Earth, Round Earth. All right, if you want to challenge on Flat Earth, Round Earth, I'm your man. Let's have that discussion. But the moment I got up there, the nigga started telling jokes, and that dirty ass renegade one, that dirty white dude, he started making jokes, and then he went on his stream and made a motherfucking clip out of my motherfucking voice. After I said that I didn't want to vex these motherfuckers, which I did, and then he went on a fucking diatribe, Key Norfolk. He went on a fucking diatribe telling motherfuckers that he scared me off the panel and shit. I'm like, oh my God. So he's finna stick with this for a fucking while. And lo and fucking behold, when I was participating on this panels, trying not to vex anybody, that was show reminded that, oh, Didac, we scared Didac off the panel because we told him that he was finna get some voodoo done or whatever the fuck he said about voodoo. And he don't even know what the fuck the shit is. But yet alone, he thought because I didn't want to fucking engage in dumb shit. So I just clicked the fuck off. I just clicked off. But again, this is an olive branch extended out to these people because these are the Sanchezians who I'm talking about, and they hold Sanchez to high regard. I need y'all to hit my link, come on here and tell me where I'm fucked up at, because I'm not beyond reproach. Tell me what I'm doing wrong when I go to Sanchez show when he cuts me off 1 minute into a 3-minute soliloquy. Tell me what I'm doing wrong for Sanchez to kick me off the whole entire panel when he have fucking 50-minute discussions with people who is talking or having a worser attitude than me. A worser attitude, and I'm not even cursing. I'm not using curse words. I'm not using ad hominems and a nigga cuss. Well, please tell me, what the fuck do I have to do for this nigga to not to cut me off like that? Come on up to my panel and let me know, because I'm not above reproach. I need y'all to come on up here and let me know what the fuck am I doing wrong in terms of why Sanchez is so short, because that leaks over to his Sanchezians, Chris Cyphers. When I got up to his pen, that's the reason why I would never do his shit, because not only that he has a high-pitched voice, very high-pitched voice, but that nigga is short. I don't think he would let you get in 20 seconds of a soliloquy before he interrupts. He's short. Dreads is short. Philly OG, super short with me. Drop, he's short. Very short with me. If y'all can, I guess it's probably a needle in a haystack to say the least, but if y'all can go back on their shit and if I'm participating in it, watch how short they are with me. The only way that I last on their panels if I'm quiet and y'all see my avatar in the background. That's the only reason why I be on the stream for a couple minutes or even longer than that, is because I haven't said shit and my avatar be in the background. They scared. They are not going to hit this link. They are not going to hit this motherfucker. Damn. So I really got them scared. I really do got them scared. Another person who got short with me was Red Squid. But I said something on Red Squid's channel that he could not deny. Because like I said, I appreciate him for exposing Uganda finding all that gold down there, because I didn't know nothing about it. And that's a fucking shame, because like I said, I would love to think that I got my ear to the ground where I would hear shit like that. Because I know about the Congo fucking shit before people actually knew about it. So I'm thinking, damn, this Uganda shit slipped right up under me. So when he did it, my idea was, I'm theorizing and I'm coming up with a conspiracy theory. They have enough gold now to bag up Bitcoin and all this electronic digital money that they trying to come up with it. Now they have the fucking means of natural resources to bag this shit up now. That's what I said my theory is. So that means that niggas ain't gonna get a goddamn dime of this shit. That was my theory of it. And lo and behold, that shit, it resonated so hard with Red Squid. He told me to put my link in the chat, and he told me to go ahead and write in the chat so I can mod you back up. That's what he said, because he took my wrench away. But he know that my shit is undeniable. I'm like Vicky and motherfucking iRobot. My knowledge is undeniable, or my logic is undeniable. So when he heard that, his people were saying, who the fuck is this Didact cat? Where is his channel at? I can't find this channel. Red Squid said, Didact, put your shit in the chat. And he remobbed me back up. I put my shit in the chat. I don't know if that was a pickup for a few subscribers, but I greatly appreciate them. But this is what's happening. Even with me saying what I said about Red Squid, him being a Sanchezian, because he can't deny he's a Sanchezian. Because he would sit up here and tell everybody, yeah, he can say something slick, but he's a glober. We can't really take a glober seriously. That's what Red Squid would tell people after you drop a jewel. Trust me. After you drop some pertinent information, he will go behind that shit and say, yeah, that's cool, but you a glober. So Red Squid, like I said, you are a miniature, or not a miniature, you are a light-skinned version of Sanchez. You do the same thing he do. You strobe flicker. You explain shit in a manner where no one can touch. No one can even imagine unless they take that trolley to make believe. You just talk about aliens, and Sanchez talks about some type of cosmology shit. But y'all do the same thing. So I'm not going to change my mind on that, even though you so-called gave me my wrench back. I still think that you a baby Sanchezian. And with that, he has gotten better in terms of what he considered for me to disseminate information on this channel. Because the discussion between me and him is not about flat earth for the most part. When he discussing shit about his alien shit, I usually do not try to add to that nor take away from it. But when he's talking about something that is familiar with me, like when he go off into his signs and symbols, and I know the geometry that's behind it, I know the teslet behind that, I know all the magic behind it, that's when I will come in, and that's when I will give my 2 cents. Other than that, we don't argue flat earth, round earth. Me and Squid don't argue that shit. So he really doesn't have, he shouldn't have no beef with me. But he do, because he is a loyal citizen of Zamunda. And him being a loyal citizen of Zamunda, his allegiance is with Sanchez. So anytime I talk about Sanchez, he's going to be offended about it. And he's going to try to protect him. Same thing with Sir Drop. Same thing with him. So these people need to go ahead, come on, click the link, and let me know what the fuck am I doing wrong when I participate. Don't tell me you always disagree. I'm going to disagree with this shit. We can go back on some of this audio, and I can play in the audio where I come up there cordial, respectful, not cursing, and straight to the fucking point. Like I'm telling you now, I told people, I can fit a lot of shit in a very small package, meaning that the 3 minutes, if I was given 3 minutes to talk, I can fit a lot of information in that 3 minutes. Let me know what I have to do to get that 3 minutes from Sanchez. That's all I want. I want the respect that he gives everybody else that comes up there and disagree with him. Maidan, Suave Boss, Jabari, all these other motherfuckers. I want the same respect, but he won't give it to me. You know why? Even with my 78 strong followers, I will destroy this dude. I will embarrass him, because I don't come from that circle. I don't come from the circle of Memphis and Jabari and Sonetter. I was totally against their ass. I don't come from that circle, but I know more than them on what they think they teaching the Meter, the so-called Mesopotamia, what the fuck I'm thinking of, I don't know why I'm tripping over their name. But nonetheless, all that shit, they think that they are the only ones that's privy to that knowledge. And you have to be inside of their circle. in order for you to acquire that. No, nigga. It's just like with the Masons. I'm not a Mason. I'm not a Freemason. Put it to you like that. I'm not a Freemason. But because I hold a whole shit load of knowledge that the Masons have, you understand, that raises eyebrows. The Masons have etiquette, right? They will ask you, are you traveling? Or other shit. Is this your grandfather's car? Or some bullshit they will say. They will test you to see if you are a Mason, if you coming out with that information. It's just like I was at a bar, right? Clean as a motherfucking whistle. They seen my regalia and what I had on, because I had on the Eye of Osiris. Or the Eye of Horus, that's what they call it. But it's the Eye of Osiris. I just had on my little wood beads with my motherfucking brass eye. So when he seen it, he asked me the question, are you traveling? I didn't answer the motherfucker correctly. He already knew that I was not a Freemason. But when we engaged in conversation, his eyebrows raised up and said, how in the fuck you get this information then if you're not one of us? Oh, I do my own independent study. I am a pedagogy. I am a didact, or what they call an autodidact. I know how to do independent research that's just as pertinent as yours research. And y'all are surrounded by a library. I had to go steal my library, like thieve it. So when I come into this community, I came in on the outside, nigga, eating y'all motherfuckers up. Polite, had him vexed about his women. I was the only one that scared him to putting his women up, nigga. He put them up. Not only that he made them cover, but he put them up. I did that. I'm the only one that told that nigga he was parading his women. Long before Sinetta. Sinetta was still on his dick when I had this argument with fucking Polite. Sinetta was still on his dick. I the one that put that shit out there. The same shit with Harriet Tubman. I the one that put that shit out there. So when you heard Kanye West, because the theory was going around, let's be straight up now. We're finna be serious now. The theory was going around that celebrities was watching these independent channels that was giving away alternative information. It being Brother Sanchez, he picked up a little bit of momentum in the celebrity world through King Los. King Los was, I guess he a flat earther to say the least, but he participated on Sanchez channel, right? Sanchez had an open panel, but he was very selective on who he wanted to talk to. But he had an open panel. I don't think I was on that panel, but I overheard it. A few days later, I did participate on Sanchez channel, and I brung up the Harriet Tubman shit. And I would say probably like 2 weeks later. Now, this was when Trump was the president. Remember Kanye West said that shit about Harriet Tubman didn't really do nothing for us? I know for motherfucking fact. And I emailed Sanchez saying this shit. I said, I know for a fact that celebrities is watching your channel because I am the only one that brung up this shit about Harriet Tubman. And then when he said it, it spread like wildfire. Now everybody want to question Harriet Tubman and her and what she really was doing. Because like I said, when I brung it to Sinetta channel, I can go through the history of Maryland and Philadelphia. I go through that history. And I can point out where Harriet Tubman, if so be it, what she was really doing, because in Philadelphia, New York, up there in Buffalo, all that shit, Canada, they had what they call indentured servants. It ain't nothing but a clean slave. That's it. You You got a dirty slave that wear fucking croaker sack. I mean, not a croaker sack. Burlap sack. You got your dirty ass slaves who's wearing burlap sack, ripped up jeans, barefoot, dirty as a. And then you got clean slaves that's wearing those big ass ruffles and shit, the cummerbund, whatever the fuck that they call that shit back in them days. The big ass Quaker shoes with the big ass belt buckle on the hat and shit. That's what you call a clean slave, you dumb motherfuckers. So I told you what Harriet Tubman was doing. Nigga, what you think the black market is? Okay. Auction block. This is the auction block. You can go to one of these dispensaries and go buy a pound probably for what? 48, 4,000. That's on the auction block. Or you can get it underground where Harriet Tubman is selling them at 2,500. Where you think you gonna buy your motherfucking slave, nigga? Where do you think? So Wall Street was not real. The auction block, because I am not above reproach. If you think I am saying some shit that is out of order, hit the link and let me know. You aboriginals, y'all will say that it was no such thing as slavery. So fuck the auction block. Fuck how the NFL combine is structured. Fuck that. Fuck all of that. Fuck how they draft players from the baseball to basketball. Fuck how they the actual order of operation in golf. Fuck all of that. None of that shit don't got nothing to do with the system of slavery. None of it. According to the aboriginals. The industrial prison complex don't got shit to do with the offspring of slavery. What about police officers? That don't got nothing to do with slavery. Nothing. No, you dumb. Hit my link. I am not above reproach, you dumbass motherfuckers. Because that Carper Empress bitch, that bitch pisses me the fuck off. Bitch, you look half white. But calling yourself 100% Aboriginal, that goes to show you that you deny the black side of your family. It's cool because there's some people out there like that. It's half-breeds out there that do not recognize the black side of their fucking family. That is cool. But I see you trying to grab onto something that you want to badly belong to because I think you're lonely. I think you're confused and you're lonely. And her background make it look fair seeming as that this bitch is coming from somebody's hood. Maybe she is. Because that shit in the background, her background is tacky. And it does look fair seeming. So a motherfucker who coming from a hood, like I am, and I see that background, I would say, oh, that's okay, because my kitchen look like that, or my laundry rooms look like that. So she can ease herself in and make it look like that she's from the hood. Bitch, get your country bunking. I'm not going to talk about her like that. I'm just going to call her a dumbass bitch. Because they don't think none of this existing systems don't come from slavery. They say it was no, if there was no, like I told them before, y'all gonna take this lump on y'all fucking head. Because if there was no such thing, then Harriet Tubman, or the concept, you say the bitch never exists. She never exists. The concept of a Harriet Tubman is on y'all bitch ass aboriginals. Because if there was no such thing as slavery, there was a such thing as us being sold. And I think that's a worser transgression than actual slavery. Because at least I would know what the fuck you're doing to me. At least I would know who my enemy is. But if you put me in indentured servitude and you making the evil look fair seeming, I don't know who my enemy is. So just say if was a fifth, we all be drunk. An African come over here, he in suit and tie, he got a motherfucking horse and wagon, and I'm fucking still walking to the goddamn store and all that shit. considering what transportation was. I would get mad too. I would get highly upset too. How the fuck this African come over here and get a horse and carriage and a nice motherfucking home before I do, and I'm busting my ass for Susie May. Oh, Miss Millie. Oh, Miss Sophia home now. So when you bust your ass for Miss Millie, not knowing that your fucking tribal man sold your dumb ass out, put me in slavery. At least I would know who my enemy is, you bitch-made ass aboriginals. Hit the fucking link because I know it's out there. Let me see. Yeah, it's pinned. That motherfucker super pinned up there. I thought I couldn't pin it, but I found out how. See, I told you I'm learning. I told you I'm learning, but I just found out. I just learned how to pin the motherfucking link up there. But with that being, it's pinned. So Sanchez, Dreads, Key Norfolk, Bobby Knife, or Knife, whatever the fuck is, whatever it is, Philly OGs, even Sir Drop again, because Sir Drop hit my panel. He was trying his best to say that we be trolling, like he say that me and Coppertone, or he tried to lump somebody else up in there. He said we be trolling. I think it was Knowledge Uprising. He lumped us in and said that we be trolling because we disagree with everything that, dog, if nobody don't disagree with what you saying, y'all are fucking the community up. Somebody has to disagree with that shit, dude. That shit just cannot play out the way it's playing. Someone has to check that shit. So if this Coppertone telling everybody Philly OG gets a GI Bill, you understand, but he talking about the government, that is not trolling. That's informing the people that he a hypocrite. Because if there was a such thing, okay, Philly OG, tell me how you got over the government. Maybe I can do the same thing. Maybe I can go to the army, shoot myself in the foot, get a discharge, and get a fucking GI Bill for the rest of my life, and get a fucking retirement out of this goddamn world the way you brag. Maybe I want a young girl walking around half retarded. That bitch look, she's retarded. She look mentally retarded or Down syndrome. Maybe I want the same thing. So Philly, put me up on game. Stop saying the bullshit. Fuck the government, but they taking care of your ass. Fuck the government, but they gave your dumb ass a job after you could not do one yourself. Fuck the government, but they gave you a retirement plan. See, when Coppertones of the world, when they fucking expose this hoe ass nigga, we trolling now. Now we trolling. Just like how I did with fucking Sir Drop when he said, I want to be a paid agent. He said this out of his fucking mouth. And I'm assuming the community hates agents, from CIA to the FBI to the motherfucking FDA or whoever else alphabet boys that they belong to. From my understanding, when I was listening to y'all, in y'all community, y'all hate agents. But yet you had one saying that he wouldn't mind being one. You had another one telling y'all that he is one. Because if he wasn't, he'll be at home sitting on a computer doing nothing. I'm trolling. Coppertone is trolling because we're exposing y'all motherfuckers for y'all hypocrisy. We trolling. Fuck out of here. And then when it comes down to information, just straight information, not no personal attacks, because that comes and goes. What remains is the information. And when we explain it, y'all are just as worse as if y'all think y'all personally getting attacked with the information. Because I try to go on Philly OG show and show them polygon shapes. From the triangle to the square to the penta to the hex to the hepta to the octa. I forgot what 9 is, to the dodec. No, it's the D-dec. Damn, what's the 11? I know the 12 is dodec, and so on and so on and so on. I was trying to show them polygons. You know, the motherfuckers cut me short. They allowed the videotape to play because it had like porn music in it. It had some music that was hypnotic. I put it to you like that. It sounded like porn music, trust me. That's what they was hipped on to, because I did the same thing that Sanchez did with the strobe flicker, except I use audio. They was seeing the pictures change, but I was also using audio because they children. They can't pay attention for more than 3 seconds. So you got to play music in the background. Either the music got to go or they got to see a lot of colors. So since they were not seeing a lot of colors, they was just seeing shapes change. That can bore them. So I had to play the music. And when I played the music, it had their attention. And they had that one dude up there. Anybody can, just like how they would say, now you hear slow burn, right? Who said that all black people come from slavery? No one was saying that. But what I am saying is that y'all denying slavery. And when y'all denying it, y'all denying the very existence of this motherfucking United States of America and how it operates. No, they didn't have, that's what I just explained. When your native Indian, when your Aboriginal chief sold your ass out into indentured servitude, you got mad because you start seeing Africans coming over in the boat. They already had a horse. They already had a carriage. They already had their house. And they was doing the same job you was doing. And you got mad at the African. That's the reason why you're saying, Didac, all black people don't come from slavery. I know that. But I'm just letting you know, if it wasn't slavery, you definitely got your ass sold. So you need to turn your head around away from these Africans, because the Africans don't got shit to do with you being sold. If your ass got sold into slavery, it was your Aboriginal chief who sold you into slavery. At least you will know, Schumann. At least not Schumann, slow burn. At least you will know that who your enemy is. If I was putting a whip on your back and telling you to go out in the field and work, you would know that I'm your enemy. But if I give you a paycheck and make it look fair seeming, in the moment that you bust your check, you're going to be giving that shit all back to me. You don't know I'm your enemy. You're going to still think I'm your friend. And then at the end of the year, what they call tax return, especially if I give you some of your money back in tax return, what they call tax return, you really don't think that this motherfucker your enemy. And what Harriet Tubman sell us off to? Like I said, when she was helping the slaves escape, they was not escaping with nothing that was practical for them to survive. They didn't have a house on their back. They didn't have warm water. They didn't have none of that shit. But yet, when they so-called escape up north, where the fuck did they stay? Where did they stay? They stayed in master's house, except that this master allowed them to use the bathtub. The master allowed them to use the bathroom instead of going out to an outhouse or making them walk a mile in a goddamn field. But if he do that, you will learn to hate that motherfucker. And what you think you're trying to do now? Slow burn. You're trying to learn how to hate your enemy, but you don't know who he is. Because you know why? You think that all black people was not enslaved, and I did not say nothing of the sort. Because I know all black people wasn't in slavery. That's the reason why I gave the idea that black folks are mad at Africans because they came over here and they was able to get their shit established quicker than what you assume to get your shit established. So that would anger any motherfucker, considering the fact that they feel like they bust their ass all this time to not get anything. You need to go to your Aboriginal chief. Find your Aboriginal chief and argue with him. That means that this dude, Big Power, him, you need to go to Sister Soul. These are the people who are holding the beacon, not me. These are the people that's holding the beacon for your Aboriginals. So when you say that all black people don't come from, you need to talk to them about that. So when you talk to them about that, I need y'all to explain the fucking NBA, the NFL, MLB. I need y'all to explain all of that shit to me. Please tell me, and I wish y'all would say these were sports that y'all invented. How in the fuck did they take it away from you? Because Adam Silver is the motherfucking commissioner, and he's what they call them, Ashkenazi Jews. I know I'm saying that wrong. he a Ashkenazi Jew or some shit like that. Tell me, how did before Adam Silver, it was David Stern. Stern and Silver are fucking Jew surnames. So how in the fuck did David Stern, become the fucking commissioner of the NBA and y'all invented it? If y'all just accept what true history is, what real history is, I think y'all be better off, because y'all will find yourselves getting along with the so-called, I'm talking about the new generation Africans that are coming over here. For instance, did you know that Michael Blackson is a first generation Nigerian in his family to come to America? He just got his citizenship this year. I'm going to say that again, because I remember somebody was asking me the question. I think it was Coppertone. I think I was on Coppertone's channel. I think Coppertone asked me something about Africa, and I was going to explain Michael Blackson. He was asking me, it was somebody. Was it him? It was somebody. Was it you, D. Calico? It was somebody who asked me, what do I have? Do I have anything bad to say about Africa or African people? And I was talking about Michael Blackson. I was about to bring him up because he said, and I repeat, he would not have no motherfucking children in America. He said, if he get a girl pregnant here in America, he moving her to Africa. And that's where they're going to have their baby. And I got a problem with that shit. That's the problem that I have with Africans in terms of what they think is conducive to their upbringing. You come to America, because this will be Tariq Nasheed's argument. You come to America, you make all this money, blah, 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 and you understand that we have a common enemy, but you would take what you call success and not help us out. That's what Tariq Nasheed would do. I don't give two fucks about his success. But what I do know is that, nigga, your culture was developed here in America. So why would you deprive your fucking children of that same culture? That's what I would be worried about. Like T.I., for instance. T.I. kids are acting out. They was not grown in nobody's hood, but because of T.I.'s culture. And I would try to give the benefit of the doubt and say tiny culture, right? Because they carry that, even them being in the motherfucking suburbs, that shit reeked. It came out. So you see his kids acting out as if they were from the hood. They're not. They're spoiled brats in terms of that. Now, if T.I. would have did the right thing, he would have never moved from the hood. He would make that shit work in the hood. That way, your kid ain't fronting or perpetrating a fucking fraud. or that goes for any of the rest of the niggas who move out of their neighborhood once they get rich. But that ain't the plight here. The plight is somebody asks me about Africa, and do I have any kind of problem with Africans? Yeah, I do. One in particular is Michael Blackson. And his mind thought is not far-fetched from a lot of Africans who come up here, establish citizenship, who was able to work a job in terms that thereof, because you still got places in Africa where the dollar bill was still valued. And just like how the Mexicans do, the Africans do the same thing. They would take their money and they would put that shit, cash on delivery, straight back to Africa. So when it does come time for them to so-called have a family, they're going to have it there in Africa. But some Africans are first generation born here. So Africans are having babies in America. That's not the problem. It's the way that Michael Blackson explained it. It was like, God damn. So you trying to tell me all the people who you affiliated with, you wouldn't want your kid growing up around them, and that's how you try to act. You try to act like you from the hood. You try to act like you down with black folks and shit, but you don't want your children to be like that. Nigga, yeah, go kick rocks. I got upset about that. And I have a right to be upset about that. And that's the problem that I had with Africans if they have that same mentality. And goes to show you that he can speak for, I guess, quite a few Africans, because they will think like that. But the nigga just got his citizenship this year, but that shows you where his culture came from. Even with him being in dashikis and all that shit, it still showed that the streets of the United States of America, that black folks have molded from Chicago to New York to LA to Houston to Milwaukee, all over the goddamn place, from Detroit, all over the place. The way we mold these streets, that's our culture. And you know why he can resonate with it? Because we got African in us, you dumb motherfuckers. That's the reason why he was able to navigate through it. That's the reason why he was able to. Okay, name me one European that navigated through an Aboriginal people. Not the five. Yeah, let's talk about the five. No, we ain't gonna talk. That's a whole nother fucking can of worms with the $5 Indian. Because them motherfuckers love trying to talk about the $5 Indian. But what I'm saying is that you would have to be of the culture in order to navigate through the culture. You don't see an abundance of white kids hanging out in black ghettos. You don't see that because they can't navigate. You will have twos and fews. Just like with black folks, you got twos and fews that know how to hold their ass tight. And when they talk, they on their tippy toes. They're always rocking on their tippy toes and shit, and putting their fingers together and having their ass tight and enunciating their words and all that good shit. But that's a very few black folks can do that, just like how very few white folks can come to the hood and really get down with the natives, to say the least. So like I said, I'm 2 hours and 34 minutes in, and I see my numbers climbing a bit, and I greatly appreciate it. But I know out of the numbers that were climbing, I know for a motherfucking fact it's the people that I'm calling to my stream. I need y'all to come up here and tell me where the fuck am I wrong at, that the reason why Sanchez and his cronies are treating me the way they do. Even the cronies, come on up here. You know why? Because they can't mute me. They can't overtalk me. They can't have 1,000 motherfuckers on a panel talking at the same time at me. That's the reason why they're not coming up. But trust me, like I said, Like I think it's Bronze Flat Power or some shit he called itself. It's Bronze Flat Power and Philly OG. Them are the main two ones that watches Sanchez's chat room for Didac. Anything that Didac put in, they gonna erase it. It was like, okay, I got a whole new motherfucking account. Didac Mandelbrot. That's how you say it, Mandelbrot. But nonetheless, a person did ask me in this chat, what the fuck is a Mandela-Brot? Look it up. It's spelled Mandela-Brot. How you spell Mandela is B-R-O-T at the end of it. Look it up for those who are acquiring how to spell it or what it is. Just look it up. Mandelbrot. But anyway, I was typing in under that motherfucker and they erased that bitch. I said, okay, my auto man is burnt up. My Model window is burnt up. My Didac Appleseed is burnt up. My original government name is as Omarius Smith. My government name as Omarius Smith is burnt up. So I created a new account, and with that one burnt up. So like I said, it's not, I don't create troll accounts. You'll know exactly who I am because everything gonna have Didac in it. So it's not that I'm trolling, it's that I'm trying to disseminate information and disagree with all the fucking bullshit. Now, like I said, this Bronze Flat Power and Philly OG, they look for me to erase me. So when they do that, guess what it does? And guess what is going to keep happening? He's going to keep letting me up just to get exposed. He wants to be exposed by me. He think that helps him in his quest. Because what he does and why he's being exposed, only thing is exposing him as being a whole ass nigga towards Didac. That's what is exposing him. It's exposing him. Anytime Didac get up there, he's going to cut him short. But why the fuck he always let me up? Y'all bitch made ass niggas who be in the chat room who keep knocking me off the fucking chat room because nigga, I would rather be in the chat room than on that bitch ass panel. But because y'all force his hand, y'all don't force my hand, y'all force his hand. Because if I'm not going to hit the link, I'm not going to hit the link. But if I hear some shit, I am going to fucking go in your chat room and say, dog, you absolutely asinine in that goddamn statement. So you got your whole ass moderators blocking me. So that forces, again, Sanchez's hand for me to come up. Because when I come up there, I am embarrassing every rip. Now, the question was posed to me. I forgot who posed the question to me. And they said, why do I continue to go up to Sanchez when I know what's going to happen? It ain't about me going up there. It's about him letting me up. It's about him letting me up every time. So, riddle the question. Why do Sanchez always let me up? Because I know what I'm going up there to do. He don't know what the fuck I'm going to be saying. Because one day I can go up there and say, you know what, Sanchez, you are totally correct. The earth is flat. And the moment I say that, you know what he's going to do? He's going to kick Sir Drop. He's going to kick all his cronies to the side. He's going to allow Didac the platform to build on there to where I become his right-hand man because I can explain shit better than he can. I know more information than he does. I know what will happen if I go up in there and say, hey, you know what, Sanchez, you are right. The earth is flat. That nigga will roll out the motherfucking diamond carpet for me. Fuck a red carpet. Diamonds. Diamonds. He will roll that motherfucker out. He will light fireworks. That nigga will have a big ass bottle of Moet and Bel Air. All that shit waiting on me. Don P. You understand? The fattest motherfucking goddamn joint I can smoke. You understand me? He will roll the motherfucking welcoming mat out for me. In other words. That's what he's waiting on. That's the reason why he let me up. Because he's hoping one day that I come up there and say, hey, you know what? Blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And you was blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. No, nigga, it ain't gonna never be the day that shit happened. But if you do talk about something I agree with, like I said, I told Sir Drop to get it on record. It's on record. But I wanted Sir Drop to get it on record. I said, Sir Drop, this is a day that me and Sanchez are agreeing with some shit. Get this on record, nigga. So it's not all the time, but it's most of the time. But it's not all the time that I come up there and I disagree with him. So it'd be rarely that I will build with him, but I know for a fact why he lets me up. So this is the question that people have to riddle themselves. And not ask me, why do you keep going up there? I know my purpose. It's a purpose why I'm going up there. These are the people who are trying to wake up from bullshit, but the algorithm it's like, how can I say this? It's like the blind leading the blind, to say the least. It's not the blind leading the blind. It's like you try to look for something and okay, that's a perfect example. I don't know if y'all ever seen Family Guy when they did the one with James Woods. That's exactly what happened. They leave pieces of candy down to a trap, a cardboard box with a stick. You pull the stick with the rope and the box will come down. Remember, like, ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. That's exactly what Sanchez do to y'all. That nigga would lay down a row of fucking Reese's Pieces, and every time y'all see that nigga, be like, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. And next thing you know, you're trapped. I'm here for y'all. I'm here to tell y'all, do not eat those little pieces of candy because there's a trap at the end. So I have a reason why I come up there. So y'all need to riddle that nigga the question, why do you always let him up? Why do you let him up? Woo! I guess none of these niggas gonna show up, man. This shit crazy. And I open up the panel from the beginning. It's a wide open panel. I need these brothers to come on up, man, because I'm not above reproach. Y'all can come up here and tell me where Didac is a punk motherfucker or whatever the case may be. Let's see how far you get in your rhetoric. Let's see if your grammar is sharp. Let's see if you logically make sense. This is part of the trivenium. But let's see if you can come up here without spewing bad rhetoric. We got Mind's Eye in the building. What's going on, brother?
What's up, my dude?
Oh, nothing much. Just just trying to get people's perspective on what they think of me.
Oh man, you know, like that's I come to build with you. I ain't got no smoke.
Yeah. I don't mind building. That's for the most part. You know what I mean? Because you know when we was on fucking Huey, we was building like skyscrapers.
Right, and it's been that, you know, ever since. You know what I mean? Yet it's like how I look at it, say the individual one, that'll be you, me, and countless others. But it's like where, like, say, you know how like say a motherfucker fan you off or the all the times they call you a peasant or people don't pay you none. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like that's the individual one where we all should be coming together, you know, where we ain't gotta punch each other in the chest. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And do all this knuckle sandwiching type of scenarios. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah,
So,
man, that's why I tap in with you. Mm-hmm.
yeah, for the most part, everyone, I would assume everyone should not be afraid of a challenge. If
All
your
right.
if your information is solid, it should be challenged. And that's what I came with. I wasn't calling people out. They was the first ones to be belligerent. So now I got the label that
Okay.
anytime that I come up there, I'm going to be the one that's going to be the belligerent, and uh, um, I'm trying to get rid of that stigma. So when I,
Man, you said the very word I was thinking. Go ahead.
but yeah, I'm trying to get rid of that, so I can go on people's panels and build if I find it to be conducive of what I think in on what I know in. And if I have a disagreement, let's challenge that. It's just like a lot of people, most people disagree with me in terms of in the flat earth community. They disagree
Okay.
with me in terms of what I think how the earth is shaped, right? And with
Okay.
that, we can have a intellectual discussion about it. And I try to keep it that way. That's the reason why I brung up parabolas. I brought
Okay.
up a various of information to try to keep it on the information. But
Right.
now,
Countless ones. Yeah.
right, and when I getting called out of my name in terms of that, this is where it becomes mud in the water. And
Mm-hmm.
they are not going to say that they're the person that they are supporting, they're not going to say that he is putting mud in the water. They're going to say, I'm putting mud in the water. And only thing I want them to do is come up here because I am so far away from approach that you can come up here and approach me.
Mm-hmm.
So you come up here and I will allow y'all the respect that is due for me when I come to y'all panel. Because when I come to y'all panel, y'all not only that y'all cuss me out, but y'all cut me short. Y'all allow a whole bunch of people to overtalk me. Now that is I deem control over here, right? I just want the same courtesy. It's just like how Philly OG came over here one time, right? I think a couple times. But the one time he came
Mm-hmm.
over, I extended the olive branch. I let him talk. We had our discussion. I just think that he just couldn't hang with me verbally because he kind of repeats himself over and over again. I go to his panel.
Good.
He do not extend that same olive branch. So I'm saying to myself, like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? That these people cannot extend the same olive branch that I'm extending, and we are both, to say the least, in the same business of waking the people up.
Me myself, I say don't nobody really like I can't save nobody or nothing. I'm just saying like I don't think nobody holds nothing like say a permanent stigma towards you. You know what I'm saying? You good with me. I don't think the people judge you or nothing like that. They really say don't see your worth. You know what I'm saying? Or it's like, a lot of us we do it. We take each other's presence for granted. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like where you in abundance, you know what I'm saying? It's like where everybody see you, you know what I mean? You two-pack. You feel me? Like, that's what I'm saying. we are all our own individual Tupacs. You know what I'm saying? Where you got your life you lived and you gonna speak it. You know what I mean? So
Right.
like you packed with abundance like the sunshine, man, and people used to it like they used to me. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly. You know, like I said, like when I first came to Sanchez, right, I didn't have a problem with everybody. You know what I'm saying? It was just the twos and fews that love to pull on Sanchez. That be the Dreads, Tim the Truth. At the time, it was fucking Citizen Man. These are the people that stuck out like sore thumbs because I would think I'm having an argument with Sanchez. I thought that I had an argument with you. Never I thought I had an argument with Jazzy Met. Never that I thought I had an argument with Huey P because y'all sat back and y'all will listen before y'all jump into a conclusion in terms of who Didac is. So as time went along, right, to say the least, I learned to listen to you. You learned to listen to me, and I said, okay, yeah, I don't have a problem with Mind's Eye because we don't argue on the on I will say semantics on the fact that the earth is round, the earth is flat. We not arguing about that. What we
Mm-hmm.
trying to see is what the fuck if I tell a person jump, they'll say how high. And we trying to figure out where the spell is at. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like in Coming to America when the dude said bark like a dog. The bitch got the barking a big dog.
Okay,
See, that's the shit we try to figure out. Like, how in the fuck can we break up out of that spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the shit I appreciate, and we can have a discussion about.
Look, that's Rosa Parks that wouldn't get up out the back of the bus. Like it's like sit, boy. You hear me? And you refuse to get up. You know how that motherfucker won't move. It's like say transitioning. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like where that attention is. You know, say you give credit where it's due. You know what I'm saying? Everybody whoever interested, that's where you gonna pull to, or we gonna collect. You know, you gonna see the body. You feel me? In that seat, say the sitting, that's where you supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Until you ready to deploy, like say that's what I get out of the whole YouTube thing where I be pinging around channel to channel. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the crazy thing about that though, Mind's Eye. See, this is the
I'm with you, bro.
information. Oh no! I thought I heard somebody coming in my door. This is the information that I can get with, right? Because I can build from this. Now, when you just above said that, I don't know if anybody others metropolitans, but up here we call it our transit system.
Okay,
And
yeah.
it's spelled TRANSIT, transit.
Yeah.
And when you was just talking about Rosa Parks sitting down, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can build off that.
Let's go. Shit. You know, cause you know how like the same thing is with lay. You know what I mean? Where we deal with the say the exiting. Like say exit is exit, and you'll sit there until the you know, say either the meditation, you know, say, or you know how the egg hatch.
Right.
That's crazy. You said some shit about coming to America because that's like the whole story with Jurassic Park. You know how they had that park outside of America, some little remote island, and how it's become Jurassic World. Eventually, they say all the reptiles then broke out the motherfucking Jurassic Park. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same difference as the king as Zamunda coming to America, kind of sort of speak. You know what I mean? They literally they show the whole say when Jurassic World it come on, they show a baby dinosaur cracking out of the egg that's sitting, exiting. You know what I mean? There's a little velociraptor, if you've seen them films, if you've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You know what I'm saying? You remember the one, it was one called Blue, you know what I mean? It was trained like it was the leader of a wolf pack type of, you know.
And that's crazy, right? The double entendres that the words carry, because under a hood of a car, you know what they call that when you pull on it? A hatch.
Go ahead. Yeah. The hood. Yep.
It's the hood hatch and the trunk hatch.
All of it. Like say if you get you a car, just say white template, pale painted, that's an eggshell, you will be in it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. See?
Everything, but the egg will sit until you know how to move, or you get an epiphany or anything that's going to, you know, say, okay, now it's time to go. You know how the car be sitting in the garage with the cover on it. Let's put the cover on it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's like the trans people be in. You feel me? It's watching TV. You know what I'm saying? And that say that transitioning is like, hold up. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching, you know, whatever it is, I'm watching that. You know what I'm saying? Hold up till this is done. And you know, you go right back into transitioning.
Right.
Depending the state you in, this transition and where it's taking us, dick.
Hey, most people, to say the least, I'm gonna try to give them the benefit of the doubt and say sooner or later they'll get it. But for right now, I'm letting you know, Mind's Eye, a lot of this stuff may be going over their head. And I don't want it to do that. I want them to have a good understanding and what we're talking about, because what we're talking about is what's in the spell that's making you do shit that you don't realize that you're doing. Right. And once you realize it, then you will have that moment. I call it the out of the eye moment, like how you snap out of it like a cartoon when they shake their head like
yeah.
Yeah. So what we do,
you're talking about.
Yeah. So yeah, I kind of miss those moments on Huey's panel, because we was snapping motherfuckers up out of their shit in terms of that. And I would say this. If anybody don't know who Mind's Eye is, please subscribe to him, because the brother in his the way he break down the spells in terms of what it's saying to you, what it's saying.
Salutes, man.
He's on point. Yeah. I always said this because remember when you was talking about I forgot what letter it was, but I think we was talking about the silent letters on Huey's panel, and I was telling you about the no and the not, how that just came to me when you remove the W from what you know and put the T in it. It would tie you in what we call a knot, right? And I went further with it in terms of finding the science behind it, which is TOPOLGOY, which is they call topology. This is a knot science that is actually in existence. And when we was building on that, that's what made me go further. Because if it wasn't for you bringing up the fact that why did they, you and Huey building on silent letters, I would have never thought of that. And when I thought of it, right, it's pertinent information. So people, mind's eye, his information is esoteric, but it's pertinent. So go ahead and subscribe to that, brother.
I appreciate that, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like we all doing it, you know, like you said, you sometimes will be doing things you don't realize, you know, because that knot is your brain, it's our brain, like where I can literally right now tell you I'm not perfect, and I'm telling you I'm perfect.
Right.
Like you can't stop me. I am not perfect. Like that's crazy. It's like that's what you would tell me trying to put me down if you was trying to tell me I'm not perfect. You know what I'm saying? But it's like you learn how to tie them knots, or you know, handshakes, how they do all, you know, say the basic handshake, you know, young average people, you know, they do all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I remember I seen a teacher, he was on the internet, but he was real famous in his school or whatever, because he came up with a handshake that like a different signature handshake with each child in his class. You know?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody seen it. It went viral. So that's like literally dealing with the knot. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Or say string theory, or arms is like
See,
string.
that's the shit I'm talking about. See, see, people don't understand that. That's the reason why I don't mention shit. If a motherfucker was say it or say it or have it, you know, say what's on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I get excited, because when you say string theory, because that's what I wanted to dive into really when I was on Sanchez shit, and I was trying to explain some shit to him. I wanted to dive into string theory, but go ahead.
Sure, we can dive into it right now. See, right here. You know, like say, this where you get things like the imposter, or say, pasta is short for I'm pasta. Like say your umbilical cord is symbolic to slurping up a pasta noodle, right? The head is the meatball. Remember, that little cartoon came on Cartoon Network. It was a cup. It was a little bent cup. It was a meatball, and
Yeah,
it
the
was some
pack of French fries and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, that's stupid, ain't it? It's
Yeah,
like,
and it was a meatball.
yeah, that's the head on the neck. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you know, to the white meat, and the pasta come out that motherfucker. You know them say them skilled cookers, they'll put pasta inside the meatball type of shit. You know, it's all type of, say, different perspectives on, you know, how we see and how we do this. Look, I'm not just like you. Like, say, the string, then there go a knot ball, and then some more string, and then another knot ball. I'm not just like you.
Right.
We two knots on a string with theories. I don't call my shit pseudo or none of that shit. I'm just me. I didn't come into YouTube stumping through Bobby Hemmett and the conscious community. I came straight from where I grew up to y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I didn't even know this shit existed. You know, it was a whole nother thing where I was like, damn, like all of the, you know how we had CD players and CD books? I came from that. I was like, what the hell is YouTube? You know what I'm saying? It was like, man, you can listen to all this shit on the internet, on your phone. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the world changed on me, you know, quicker than fast. Shit. You know?
Well, shit, you cut from a different cloth, man. That Like
From
I
them
said,
80s, man. I come from them 80s with you.
oh shit, I'm a 70s baby.
Oh shit. You hear me? That's even Posner. You hear me?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, salutes to you though, bro. But this
Mhm.
string theory, bro, you know what I'm saying? We can build on it because it's literally the ghetto and that's the whole world. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Now say like the ghetto literally is a messy pasta. You know what I'm saying? You know,
yeah,
like
and you know what they say about a person being a person's puppet. You know, puppets are on a string,
strings. Mm-hmm.
and,
All of it.
and how you manipulate the string theory is how this what you call them imposters.
Mm-hmm.
The puppet will behave as the master will behave, make him behave,
Mm-hmm.
but in totality, they are imposters. And that's crazy how you were saying the pasta and the string, because ain't it Italians who master puppet masters?
Look at you. The mob, don't they love pasta? Like
Yeah,
say,
the fucking the puppet shows. The I think it was like the Italian theater that was
mm,
mastered, the opera, because they always sung in Italian and shit.
mm,
Figaro, Figaro. Right. Right.
straight
And you
like
know,
that.
we all know that Italians and pasta is synonymous.
Look, say, you know, the mob casino. Say, you know, just my perspective. I say casino is can't see nothing. You can't see nothing.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna, you gambling. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, you playing with, you know, say your wealth. You know what I mean? That's like where that film is tied to mob shit. You know, they'll put your ass a mattress down and lay you to sleep. You feel me? They'll get you sleeping.
Oh hell yeah.
Like say the mop is the mob. You know, get mop their blood up. Get the mop. Period. You know what I'm saying? What's the mop? String on the end
Hmm.
of a stick. Mop the pasta up. You know what I'm saying? Everything is everything. I always be saying this. You know what I'm saying? What you think?
Hey, uh, shit. Um,
The mob shit? I know you know some shit about that mob.
yeah. I'm trying to I'm going backwards from where you stopped at to the beginning because I'm looking at the mop and you said
Okay.
mop blood, all right?
Ragu sauce. Yep. Ragu.
And you was talking about the casino, which you said you can't see no.
Can't see nothing. Get whacked. You see me mopping up this mess. You know what I'm saying?
And what I'm trying to tie in again, yeah, that's yes.
Look, they get you to rob yourself. Say, empty pockets is literally diadex. Say, rabbit ears. Pull out two empty pockets, right? You know we call them rabbit ears. So you literally falling in the hole in debt, like a rabbit to run deep into the earth. You know what I'm saying? Say
Right.
the tunnel is a string. The rabbit will be the knot,
Okay.
heart beating in the tunnel. You know what I'm saying? Say
Right.
like a thought pattern in your mind. You feel me? So like where you got lint. This is the repellent. Say repel is like say if you was yeah. Hold on one second.
Uh-huh. Shit, I'm trying to still get the mop because every time I'm thinking of the mop,
The mop.
it looked like pasta. If I'm talking about the big wet
Mm-hmm.
the mop that I'm thinking of, and I'm thinking of string theory again.
What did DMX have on his head and belly? The dread head like a mop.
It did.
Give me 1 second. I'm coming right back to you. I'm listening now.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, this is Mind's Eye for people who don't know who he is. Yeah, his talk is very, very eclectic. Very eclectic. It would take I would say a deeper and a different understanding to an understanding to an overstanding to know what he's talking about. Because even with the extensive amount of information that I have in me, because I feel like I'm a quantum computer, I still can learn. And when he talks, I listen and I try to put the Tetris together. And if I fail on putting the Tetris together, I know it's still there for me to try
For
it
you
at
to
it
get it.
again.
Yeah.
So again, Mind's Eye,
Right.
yeah, his shit is it's on a whole nother level. And with that, yeah, I'm still trying to break down this fucking mob and casino
Yeah,
because
the mafia period. Let's do it. Shit. The string theory, I'm back.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to connect the dots on it. And it sound
It's crazy when
yeah,
you
because we know Italians love their pasta. And when it's like they are messy murderers. They very messy, but they
John
gonna
Wick.
get the job done. They gonna
Mm.
get the job done, but they messy. So they do got a lot of fucking because you know when you eat your pasta, don't people be sloppy with their pasta?
Yeah.
Hey, Mazza, hey,
Get
I'm
that
gonna let
bib out
you know.
like a big baby.
Like a big baby.
Remember his jaws was puffy? Like his head was like, if you ask me, the puffy jaws, say we could fill our mouth full of air or smoke, but that's like, yeah, that's a cloud head. God is God.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you take the P, you turn it upside down, you got the mob, of course. I see that.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, they sloppy, so they always mopping blood up. They always mopping blood up.
Mm-hmm. Bro, we about to break some shit down right here on your shit tonight.
Yep. And what's on the mop head? Strings.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The dread.
Right.
Because, like, say, Harry is scary.
And that's crazy. That's what you would call a mop head. That's what you would call it. That's a mop head. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Look, the meatball is the knots on the strings on the plate. You know what I'm saying? Say a person with a mask on is a meatball. You know how they show that concept of getting up on the lizard people and snatching the mask off? Or when you say unveil a motherfucker like Batman or Spider-Man, you be like, damn, it's this motherfucker. It'll be something about when you unmask the person you gonna see is like, damn. You know what I'm saying? This could have been my son, or this, well, man, it might be you. You know what I'm saying? Because the mystery is your story. The string theory say it's the tail of the animal cutting the corner. Like, you know how you just seen something disappear around that corner, or you thought you did?
Mm-hmm.
That's the concept.
In the
Huh, bro?
string, yeah. And a string theory is always something is always connected.
Mm-hmm.
Always connected.
Say if this cat on my avatar thought he seen that string, he gon' he gonna gallop and try to catch up. What the hell was that? 'Cause, you
Right.
know, if we get up to that corner, look left, right, don't see nothing, or you see something. You know, um, this is the string. This is why the cat always play with the string. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah.
Hey, that was a good analogy right there. See, and it's all coming from the string theory. That's funny
Mm-hmm,
that you would say that with a cat, because cats and yarn, the string of yarn in a
mm-hmm,
cat, because you know the mystery behind the cat. You know, gods love cats, or those who sat on high chairs, they love cats,
mm-hmm,
and you can entertain the fuck out of a cat with a string.
mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
look. Say the tree is a string. The cat run right up it. The dog can't get up the tree. You know what I mean? Say cat, when you flip the word cat around, you get tack. You know how say they say you spook a cat, it'll cling to the ceiling. But then you do got, say, the mountain lions, specifically the cougar, it hunts vertically, bro. Like we stand up, that motherfucker be hanging off the side of a mountain cliff and will come. Look, say that big gray rock is hanging on is like a gray cloud, but it's a solid rock. He'll jump off that thing right on top of your head, like light shine down on you. You know what I'm saying? And this where they give you the concept of Freddy Cougar, because the cougar is like an archon. The archon is like a spider that's always hoisted up in corners, or they got what you call them, the web tunnel, what's the hole in the ground type of trap door. The trap door spider is just reach out and boom.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So all of this is like, say the cloud that might drop what, bro? Cloudy with a chance of what? Go with the pasta. I'm trying to get. I'm tossing you the alley oop.
I'm trying to shit. I think I just missed that.
Look.
Hey,
Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. You
oh my
know,
god, yeah, that
imagine the
is that
rain.
movie.
Yeah,
Oh man, yeah. I'm
man.
sorry, I missed that alley oop. I missed it.
Hey, you good? You good? You didn't miss shit. You didn't miss shit. Look, where we miss it, that becomes the misinformation. If you don't get it, that's the misinformation.
Damn. Yep. Yep. Hell, motherfucking no. That's crazy. That's crazy. But
I'm
shit,
back,
man.
fam. It
We in a
is,
hell of a
man.
time right now, man's eye. We in a hell of a time.
It is, man. We gotta, either keep it to ourselves or get this out. This is what they call melanin. Goddamn it, message.
Mhm.
I done put so many puzzles together, man. It's crazy. But it ain't shit if I can't tell you, or you know what I mean? So that's why I be here.
Yeah, I'm great. I'm greatly appreciated.
Right back at you too, bro, cause you got them gems, man. I see your worth. You see I'm here.
Hmm.
You see I'm here, so you gotta be talking about something that's, you know, true to life, cause I'm paying attention. So respect.
For sure. For sure. But
I
yeah.
don't be trolling you or nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't be trolling nobody shit. Truth be told, trolling my damn self. For trying, what is control? You know what I'm saying?
Shit. Yeah, I call it patrol.
Mm. Say petrol, perpetuation.
Yeah.
You know how Uzi will hit him up? This nigga look like holy cheese. This shit crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that string, back to the strings that we tie together, you know what I'm saying?
Oh
And
yeah.
that's what it's all about if you think about it, man. I know you done been through it. I've been through it. The chat done been through it, man. Y'all had that big ass ball of that cord you had to untangle. That motherfucker was tough.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I see Calico, that Calico.
Yep, that's D Calico.
That big baller.
Yo, peace to the gods. What's going on?
What's happening, fella?
Chilling, man.
In the building, man.
Yes, sir.
You got something for them strings, man? Can you add some chords to this piano? Shit.
For sure, man.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
back then, I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't holler at my boy Doc Deck since the last time I was up here, boy. We did our thing. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, shit, I was here too. I was in the
Oh,
chat,
yeah, that
man.
was you. Okay.
I was in the chat, but know what I'm saying? I come through as I can, as frequently as I can, know what I'm saying?
I know I recognize his voice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's your partner, man. Yeah, your player partner. That's what it is though, man. We up here, look, where you said yarn about the ball of yarn, that's the yarn. Like say, you know how say if the lion yawns, right? You know how the tongue of the animals, like you can literally see it lay on the teeth.
Yeah.
You can see it lay on the ridge or the tips of the teeth. This is like the red carpet you walk down. You know what I'm saying? And that yawn is where, like, this is where you get Babylon. The whole thing with getting here, you come through the sun. If you ask me, the energy that we are, it come through the sun. And it's like, say, the sun is yawning, and that's how we step down out of it as light, you know. And it's crazy because you see birds and clouds flying through that light. You know, you see this realm. You know what I'm saying? Like every time you look up at the sun, you seeing the pathway to how we get here. You know what I'm saying? That's the Babylon. That's the yarn, the baby yarn. And that's the yarn that's like where the tongue roll out, say that long tongue, it'll, spit you out down here. But we come in the form of bright light. You know what I'm saying? So what that mean, bro?
Condensed sunlight.
Mm-hmm. So like say from the other side of it, do it be dark and say charging up like say we sleep every night?
I mean, the way I see it is pretty much like certain things might emit light, but we can't necessarily see it with the human eye. You feel me? And that same thing going for our aura. Like we're not just a rock, like a piece of carbon. We're not just carbon,
Mm-hmm.
but like we literally, emitting a form of light. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Well,
Like say literally everything that is, even when we talk about the darkness, if y'all resonate that.
yeah. See, we calling it darkness, but it's really light.
Light.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
which our eyes perceive it not.
Mm-hmm. But look, where you say darkness, it's the dark nest. It is the darkness. Like, that's where we take a dark rest. It do charges, you know what I'm saying? You wake up every day, right?
I mean, nobody even want to leave that realm. You feel me? Nobody just wants to wake up unless it was a bad dream. You feel me?
Exactly. Look, yeah.
Yeah.
If
You
it
want to go
look
back to sleep. Shit,
what you got
immediately.
what you gotta be in to dream,
Uh, what do you mean?
whatever
Sleep?
form it may be, it can be the world's floor, but it'll be the bed.
Yeah, I like that. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta be in the bed to dream, and that's the bad. Or say the bad is the bag. You gotta be in some type of you know, say for that rest. You know how people be inside of a trailer truck or some shit like that, and it just be dark in the back of that motherfucker. Sometimes it don't get open, they be stuck in that motherfucker dead. But it's like the bag is the bed is the bag to be transported in a box like you know what I mean? So that's uncertainty in this realm.
Hey, and that's crazy how the human body is like a bag for your ba, your BA. Like you
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you can't even spell the word bag and all that without BA. So what I'm saying, the body is a bag for the ba in the car.
Mhm.
You feel
Yes.
me?
Hey,
What we call
Look.
an avatar or a skin suit. Yeah.
hey, Manza,
Hmm.
when you was explaining all of that, the first thing that popped into my head was tapestry. And I just want to give out the definition of it. It's
Okay.
a piece of a thick textile fabric with pictures and designs formed by weaving color with threads or by embroidering on canvas, used as a wall hanging or furniture covering, used in reference to an intricate or complex combination of things or sequence of events. Now I'm going to give you this other word. Now you hear the tap in the word, right?
Hmm. That's kind of fresh right there.
Watch how I tell you, see how you pronounce this word. Can y'all hear this?
Topology.
Yep.
Yeah.
Topology.
Topology is the study of
Tapology.
the geometric spatial relations unaffected by continuous change with shapes or size and figures. Remember, we was talking about knots, right? Because this is
Okay.
dealing with knot theory. This topology is knot theory. And when you were just explaining tapestries, because remember, we was talking about knots.
Hmm.
It's funny that you was mentioning that because the first thing I thought was tapestry. But y'all can go ahead.
Mm. And look, you said like that's where I didn't replace not like say no it's not, say that'll be one of the most basic forms of the sentence. No, it's not. You ain't no,
Yeah. I
it's
mean,
not.
you got not KNOT, you got
Yeah,
NOT,
that's exactly what we talking about. We
yeah,
talking
you
about the
got
KNOT like two
you got
fists locked.
what do you got NAUGHT?
Yeah,
You feel me?
naughty.
You got
Yeah.
not like nautical. You feel me?
Look,
NAUT.
look. This is literally where you get the Illuminati. Like say that knot be like that cloud that we was talking about, or the big ball of wires. You know what I'm saying? And like say that knot is a thought. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Say it's not theory where it's been turned to a basic form of no, that's not theory, or that's yes, that is a theory. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the flex, and you know how like I could you know how you could close your hand from the pinky finger up to the index, then you know it's like the words got so many different meanings where it's like a little combination code with the four numbers. You can just roll it with your fingers, with your thumbs. You
Mm-hmm.
eventually get it open if you go through all of the possibilities. But that's like what the words do, where it causes a lot of confusion inside of things that's already debates. You know what I'm saying? Or arguments. Cause like say the best day you can have it's still an argument. Like where, you know, like say Ice Cube said today was a good day.
Hey, Universal Inquirer got a question. He said, I think he had a statement. I don't know if this is a statement question. Okay, no, that's a statement. But the question is, once you die, what happens? What happens to you?
You got something for him?
Oh yeah, I've asked you. Did you want to go first? But yeah,
You got it, bro.
yeah. I mean, everybody knows that we ain't nothing but energy. Like we were just talking about the bar in the bag. You feel me? Being that soul. That's So we ain't nothing but some energy, and we know that energy can't be created nor destroyed. But you can also research that all energy must go to a light source when it, when it, that's how it transmutates basically. It's gonna, when it so-called dies, it's going to go to a light source. So that includes the sun, the moon, and the stars.
In the darkness itself.
Yeah, I'm saying exactly, because it's a light source. So what I'm saying is,
All of it's light, yep.
wherever your destination is in the heavens, that's where you're going.
Where you
Like,
going?
yeah, and we all have a destination. Like that's why we, everybody want to be a star, because on the ethereal realm we already are. You feel me? And that's why the gods gamble for light. If people paying attention to the gods, even the Bible tell you to seek ye understanding, knowledge, and wisdom, but above all, seek ye light. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta be lights unto the world. All of that. Like that's what it's all about. So the God is gambling over light. Like that's how Tahuti made those extra 5 days and everything. So you can either be increased by the time you transition, or you could be decreased, but you're still going to exist. And you might just be such a small morsel of light that you are what they call a sprite. Instead of a spirit, they call it a sprite. A sprite is a tiny morsel of light, but obviously it's a soul too. So that's what we call like Tinkerbell and all those people. Those were sprites. You feel me? Thumbelina and shit. You feel me? So,
like
so
you
some
got.
people gonna have to come back as a lizard, a fly, all kind of minuscule things, because even if they have to come back as a germ, I'm just saying that's them. That's gonna be their size body. That's all they earn. You feel me? We gonna be out here looking like Saturn compared to one of these niggas.
Man, that's some deep shit. They called the sprite the sprunk on the Grand Theft Auto game. Then like say you got the Walmart, then the Audis. Like say you gonna come back or something, you gonna be one of them versions. You know how they got all types of different brands. You just know it, you notice it. You know what I mean? Whole stores, Payless shoes. All of it allows you to make decisions to have no excuses later on. You either squander or you wander. You know what I mean? So that's some kind of, deep play on that, man. So they call you a sprite or a smaller type of light. You know what I mean?
Yep. Like these little ions and shit. I know what you mean. But yeah, that's all they equate to. See, that's why people don't understand why Ra is so vital or so serious, even on a spiritual realm. That's why we talk about sun worship and everything and all that. Because like I said, we are all lights. So we are the stars and so-called planets. It's not planets, they're all stars, right? So let's not act like this sun that we see every day is gonna pale in comparison to us. Like, oh yeah, I'm such a light on the next realm. The sun can't compare. You know what I'm saying?
I would like to say this. Before all that happened, in terms of that, first, the body that it occupies, that no longer moves. and that get buried in the ground, or whatever that you wished or left behind in terms of written will that you want happen into your body. Because I don't want people to like assume if this is what happens like as soon as you die. No, I think I think you will see the process of them ridding of your body. And from that point, I think you are free will to either return back to what y'all was just explaining, or they can go ahead and preoccupy themselves with another body, not a grown one. It's gonna have to be an exception
You got to come back as that baby.
two parents coming together. But go ahead.
Yeah, them babies. You got to be a baby. That's what Babylon means. The gateway to the gods.
Yeah, 5D.
Or it's really Bab El. So we know El means God. So what is Bab is the baby part. It's telling you the gateway to the God, gateway to El is obviously the word baby. Or it's a baby. Being a baby is how we come back to this world.
Right, exactly.
Look at this. Everybody is a baby here. Everybody, everything that has a body, it's a baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, say it has an intelligence that may be rude to you depending on your state of being. Just the say the elements. You know what I'm saying? You know how it rain and you be like, damn, man, it's raining, man. You know what I'm saying?
Now the question he asked another question. He said, can your destination be altered? I'm trying to think what he means.
Because that goes good with what I was just thinking about the whole time. Because, you know, put it like this. I'm into the Egyptian culture. And what I'm saying is, my thing is, the only thing kind of scared me, I be like, damn, when I die, you know, when I transition, I want certain rituals done. You feel me? I want the opening of the mouth ceremony. You feel me? Because guess what? According to the ancients, you can't even ascend. Like all souls gonna travel west to duat. But guess what? The Amenti is what we call in heaven. So you can't go to the Amenti without certain rites done in your body. Like Asar or Osiris was you know, he was overqualified to go to be the damn near the king of the next realm, and he couldn't go until that ritual was done in his body. You feel me? That's why it was so important that she gathered his whole entire body and did the ritual. And people say, oh no, we stick to nature and all this, we don't do all that crap. Man, if you study nature, even the apes have fucking rituals that they do to their dead. They will literally stand around the one that fell out the tree and died. They'll stand around him and wait till the priest of their community walks up here and they all be mourning over him. And then the priest come up here and do his ritual. And these are damn apes, man. You feel me? And after they do it, then everything been consecrated. So even Mother Nature does this. Our ancestors did it, but now we don't do a damn thing. You feel me? And that's stopping us. Even if we good people, we have to just recycle.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, you hear that when you just said the name of the gorilla, right? You hear what you said, gorilla?
Yeah.
Like say where you put the R in front of the ill, you got the realer. Like look at the old silverback out there.
Hey, and that's real.
Bro, you see us out here and it's early high noon. You know what I'm saying? Hey, like you watch the movie.
Hey, I just say the crazy thing about it is what I'm saying is for the people to go realer, like the gorilla. Yeah. They need to go realer and get goddamn, and I don't mean go crazy. I mean, but be realer, man.
Realer, yeah.
And actually do these things. Let's go back to the real way and see what it do for you in the spiritual realm.
Gorilla unit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Unity.
That's real.
Remember they broke up the Congos in that film? They show you how they cage some shit and haul it off. Look, remember snakes on a plane? Damn, welcome to planet Earth. Well, how we was just talking about Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. All of this is applicable.
That's deep. Yep.
Look, them the strings too, the snakes. So if the snakes can fall from the plane, then they gonna land on this ground. So it's snakes on this plane, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I hope people appreciated that poeticness right there. That was real poetic, bro, and it was deep.
Respect. Like, hey, I'm segueing into Medusa's meatball headed ass. You hear me? Want a snake freeze your ass though? Like say just real quick entertainment. Like YouTube. People take it for entertainment, but it's where you at. You know what I'm saying? So a snake can freeze you and stop you, especially being a child. You know what I'm saying? How they talked about it, talking to Eve and Adam. You know what I mean? So you see a colorful one. You 7. Oh, your parents don't see you. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you talking to the snake just like where Andy Mama was like, nigga, who you in there talking to? You know what I'm saying? He like, looking like Scooby Doo. You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember that? Hey, would y'all believe it or would y'all accept that fact? If, like, say if your baby did that, like, said the toys was telling them some shit, y'all be like, you faking. You hear me? Y'all be like, you faking, but you got to take into account how crazy this world is. Your baby could get a game, and the game would be talking to them and telling them shit. If your baby came and told you that it's telling you, you know what I'm saying? You better take it to account and see what they talking about. You know
You
what I'm
said
saying?
you was born in the 90s, right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm 80s.
Oh, okay, then. Yeah, then you know about this. You pulled the string of a toy?
Yeah. Or wind one up.
Yeah, that motherfucker get to speaking to you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
it's the horror. It's the horror of a adult, to say the least, that if it's a doll or some shit like that, or the toy coming alive on his own, because they write that in horror, even in Toy Story.
Why you say that one? That's that boy Woody. You know how he
Woody,
dropped. You know how he dropped. He dropped like crazy, didn't he? When the grown ups came in, he buckled.
right?
You know who that was? Smokey. When Debo came. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
But
like I'll be saying it, man. Everything. Like if it's, you know, and I like I ain't even playing. I ain't playing. It's just flowing off the reel like this. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why the sheriff get cloud. You know what I'm saying? Because you need to be policing your own shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is the one, not no one unit, you know, say. That's what it'll be to the common sense grow, though. You know how it go. String along, you feel me?
oh yeah,
Look, the Oregon Trail, tug of war, spill your guts, the intestine, you know what I'm saying?
or what does it mean when they say no strings attached?
Knowledgeable. Ooh. That's where Pinocchio, punk ass, he was stressing. He was real. He was trying to get on some gorilla shit.
Hey, you were just talking about toys talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Pinocchio? Nonetheless, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
All
for
of
those,
it, bro.
Hey, but those no strings attached could refer to the silver cord, you know what I mean? Which is essentially supposed to be connecting your soul to your body.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So they might be detaching us from ourselves, our souls.
Like see, because like where you physical and carnal, say low vibration, and say things like handcuffs and physical, you know what I'm saying? You think you really connected by those strings, like, you know what I mean? Like where you cut them, you know they uncuttable, or you can throw them whenever you need the rope. You know what I'm saying? Like a spider got silk or whatnot. But if you know you got strings like a dog in the backyard tied to the fence, shit, it might be a problem for your ass. You need to know the strings where you can point out to your people. You see that spider web? You about to walk right into it. It's about to cover your face like somebody throwing some pizza dough in your face, over your face. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Pillowcase or a sack.
Hey, I was just thinking about that silver cord. I say, if it's a silver cord, then you know our soul, or basically you can look at it like a yo-yo. You feel me? And right now our soul is walking the dog with the yo-yo. You know what I mean? And eventually he doing all kind of tricks. He motherfucking rocking the cradle. He doing everything. You know what I mean? He doing his thing with it, and then eventually we know he gonna snap that. You know, he gonna hit that yo-yo to make it come back.
Hey, you know who the human yo-yo is? They give us a concept of it though. Spider-Man.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. Yeah, they showing it in reverse.
He got the red and the blue.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And he jumped from like rooftops and stringed down the web.
That's real. That's real.
Look, it's all symbology. Girlfriend Mary Jane.
Damn, the silver cord and Spider-Man. Boy, you just did that. I like that connection.
Hey, that's crazy. Hey, this is crazy that you're talking about this, right?
Yeah,
I think somebody who is listening, if I'm for sure that he's listening, he know about what I'm about to say. Okay, one of my guys told me that he can tie Spider-Man into the Jesus Christ story.
I won't doubt him a bit.
I was getting my hair cut, right? I was getting my hair cut. And I look at the barber and I'm like, okay, this dude's saying some crazy shit. So he explained it. And I was like, you know what? He ain't far-fetched from me. He said, hey, man, do not give that dude no goddamn ideas like that, right? I said, it's too late. It's too late because I'm going to give my idea. I said, Mary Jane and Peter Parker, when you look at Peter, the book of Peter, when he was explaining Jesus Christ and his story was coming out of the book of Peter. And we all know that his mother, quote unquote, is named Mary, right? Because that's what he was really embarking on. He was embarking on Mary Jane and how you explain the colors. And we was talking about the Manchurian man, because Manchurian man got 8 extremities. And he was putting it together. And I said, what about the book of Peter's? I said, have you tried to tie that in? He was like, oh man, why would you do that shit like that? But it's funny that we're talking about this right now, because when you just said Mary Jane and Peter Parker, Spider-Man, that's what came to my mind, because I had this discussion before. It's like having a deja vu. You understand what I'm saying? So I had this discussion before, but it was on another, to say the least, another astral plane, because we was talking about the Bible, and he was talking about the Manchurian man. We was talking about Da Vinci. We was talking about the cross. and he was talking about Mary with Mary Jane. And I said, what about Peter? You never thought about Peter and his name, Peter Parker. And wasn't Peter like one of Jesus Christ's guys or something like that?
Yep. Peter was
Yeah.
with him. Yep.
So yeah, we was
Just
talking
like,
about that for a moment, and it's funny that this shit came full circle. But yeah, I
look,
digress.
just like Peter with the I was about to say the Revengers, the Avengers. He was with them, know what I'm saying? So like say where you deal with the spider, man, you hear the spy, you know, like say the spider sits up in the upper realm, it sits over everything. Like, you know, those spiders, it'll lay its web across your line. It'll be like, say, in the morning, if it's foggy, it'll collect the fog. You know what I'm saying? But even if it don't, the spider web still look like a foggy cloud over the grass. Like say for the ants and the bugs, a spider's web on top of that grass is the clouds for them. But they'll see a big ass spider in it, you know. And if they go into that cloud, the spider will fuck around and eat them. So like on a realm where it's like, say, you get to our realm, we got clouds. I ain't seen nothing in them myself, but water come out. I ain't seen no weird shit with the clouds. I can say I've seen zipping lights across this motherfucker everywhere, like weird things like that. But like, say where you get zipping lights, that's like a bird flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where, boom, I turn on my cam. Hold on, I gotta oh no, I don't. It's straight. Hey, you can say make my camera big real quick, because I'm about to work some of this string theory with this line and show you something real quick, and it's tied to, you know, and y'all may know this, you feel me? But like say where you, a spider is not, say, an ant. Y'all know the ant come with what, 6 legs, right? And it got a 3-part abdomen, like, say, like this. Y'all know the ant.
Mm-hmm.
Say it got the 6 legs, and a 6-leg bug or insect is just that. It's an insect. It's not a arachnid. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
say this the little ant. The little ant is it's a basic form of insect. You know what I mean? Like say you got the regular old human. You know what I'm saying? You got the red ants, bull ants, all kind of ants. You know what I'm saying? Blue ants and all kind of shit like that. So the ant is not the spider. So the spider, it come just like, say, just like this, where you got the number 8. You know what I'm saying? Say the number 8 is in the spider's, you know, his 4 legs. And this is the, say, arachnid. So he goes fishing for this. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's like a crown, or like the lion of the insect world. You feel me? And it even sheds skin like a snake, you know, which, you know, say this, the number 8, it's like a double Ouroboros or whatnot. But you know, like say these is the very patterns of energy diadetic, right? That allows things to do the hovering thing. You know what I mean? like a hovercraft and all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? If y'all see what I'm saying, what y'all think?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Predator and prey in terms of that.
Right.
Um,
And prey is like pride, well, like you better watch out. Literally.
and that was I would say that's the when you say arachnoid versus the insect, that's what scared Miss Muffet. I'll tell you that.
Say this one. That's crazy. Look at this. Say this one died deck, bro. You got this, the spider is up, and this is a lower, you know, because they on different levels, right? So like where you deal with this, the everything you are what you eat, you know what I'm saying? So like say, this is what I was telling Greedy Vegan, shout out. You know what I'm saying? Like everything we eat, you are what you eat. You know what I'm saying? So in all essence, this here, it becomes the whole of life. You know, the ant literally aware the spider. You know, like say, how we see nature and all of that. Nature don't try to get away like that once it's caught. You know what I'm saying? Just give up, get out, get ate on up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why resist? You feel me? Look, you can't beat them, join them. And this where you get, say, this is why I was saying all of this. Like, I try to write a L right here for the lower, this the upper. But this is where we get something like this. You know what I mean? Right. Upper teeth, and then you get the lower teeth. You know what I mean? And this is like, say if this is the spider and this is the ant, they work together. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Say this is the most high and this is the most low. But both of them together, they meet at the middle. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the whole thing. Like say we eat the pasta or standing in the doorways. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. This is the string theory. That's literally this spider's web. Like, and we all have it. It's like say where we was talking about the gorilla, right? Like this is where they give us shit like,
What happened? He must have muted himself.
oh my bad, I hit both of them. I tried to just do the camera. Remember King Kong?
Yeah.
Well, King Kong is like that's what I was talking like that dude that be watching them animals and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
This is where they got us to watch King Kong. Yet it's like the where you put the R in front of real or ill, you get real. Yet you put the R in front of ape, and you get rape. And this where like say everybody that watched the King Kong films, it was a R-rated film. Like why did he have a little white girl? You know what I'm saying? Like what was it with that? You know what I mean? Was that the twinkle in the black dot? Like, you know, in the eyeball. You know what I'm saying? Like say was King Kong, like say if this was a gorilla's eyes, you know what I'm saying? Got him a big old type of eye, you know what I'm saying? But say that pupil, right? Like was this King Kong right here, diadetic, or am I reaching? You know what I'm saying? I
Well,
say, you know, the gorilla, but he was looking at her like, you know what I'm saying?
well,
And
the beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I tell you that.
you feel me?
And if the eight in its essence beholds the woman, uh, I guess he can uh, assume his position as an eight, to say the least. Um, and it's always in the fantasy of the white man's head that the black man is assumed to be raping white women all the time in terms of when it's given permission, right? Because we all
Mm-hmm.
know that the athlete, the big athlete, as they call them, apes or great, silverback gorillas on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Every time they assume themselves with white women, they always yell out that word, right?
Oh my God. All right, we got some shit. Go ahead.
But yeah,
Look, I wasn't even trying to get explicit. You know what I'm saying? But the truth is the truth, or you know, look at this. Like, I remember years ago, I don't know, like this just it hit me. You know what I'm saying? Why do Harriet Tubman sound like Harriet Up, man? You feel me? Now, shit, I don't know
shit.
about y'all, but like, say, shit, I give it 99% of young men, like, we done ran trains on women. You know what I'm saying? Skipping school and shit. You feel me? Guilty of it myself. Know what I'm saying? And that kind of shit. Like,
Hey, you ain't far fetched from that
you know, we was
mindset.
all skipping in that cut over there, smoking and everybody drinking and yeah, fucking up.
You
Well,
know, one of Public Enemy's album, because you know I'm a true fan of Public Enemy. I don't know about anybody else who got their name backwards. The Enemy Public. I don't know him.
enemy pub.
I don't got nothing. I don't got nothing against him, but I am a true Public Enemy fan, and I guess he using the name and saying it backwards. But with that being said, they got a song.
Mm-hmm.
It's called not the name of the album. It's called Music in Our Message, right?
Mm.
And what they really saying is message in our music or music in our message, and the way they got it spelled though is totally different. And when you just said that, it just yeah.
Bro, hey, look at this. Like, you know how they say a white man make a black slave F his own mother. They call them mother effers,
Mm-hmm.
but they sit back and watch. Now, say we put the R in front of ape, like where you watching or say studying the ape, you gonna see the time where they go in heat. This is the time where you know challenge happens, or you know how the chain of command goes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Feel me? So like where they have say this notion of the M or F or you know what I'm saying? You get the R-rated ape. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Now like
Mm-hmm.
say, that's where we come along to this. King Kong and the little white girl, or you know what I'm saying? Things of that nature, like or notion, I mean. It's like things of that where you get say the subliminal criminal to the fullest. You feel me? Because if you don't put this together, then you've been had. You don't, you know what I'm saying? Like say, to catch this, you feel me, is to be able to break the TV without confusion or, you know, somebody that looks for meaning in things. They don't just waste their time. They, you know what I'm saying? So this allow you to do that kind of stuff, or just have, I guess, what we call control. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers feel like they got control, sitting back watching like a spider on the top of the roof. You know what I'm saying? That's like, what you think, bro? Entertainment and how they got the effort like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say it like that because dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? You like say this is where you get the concept of women being mistreated or ran through. Harriet Tubman is like Harriet up, man. Say like where they said the Underground Railroad. Like say that's applicable right now. If she would have freed more if they only knew how to go, that they wasn't slaves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
And the crazy thing about all that Harriet Tubman stuff, you know, like Underground Railroad, we know there was no such thing as an Underground Railroad in that part of the, you know, world or whatever. What I'm saying is, the only Underground Railroad that literally, really existed was going from Texas to Mexico. They literally had a underground tunnel, you know, Underground Railroad. The real deal Underground Railroad went from Texas to Mexico. So where was niggas getting free? Niggas were getting free once we got to Mexico. You know what I'm saying?
And I call it crazy because that's too close to Harriet up, man. Or that's literally.
Hurry it up, man. I like how you're saying. Hurry it up, man.
You know what I'm saying? Harriet Tubman.
Damn,
you feel me? So like women that's not knowing, say you can be reduced to the position of where a motherfucker breed pit bulls. This is what we getting out of it.
Yeah, that's the typical mama nowadays. I know what you mean.
Yeah, we getting them slaves that he said could be free.
And they call it a strong.
You got an echo on your end.
My bad. Hey, I'll just say real quick. They call it a strong black woman.
Make us strong, baby. Like you said, auction block earlier, didactic.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you say that auction block? That's what it's always been.
Yeah, the auction block.
Facts. The orphan, the parentless child. Where this where they give you concepts like say where Superman ain't like us from a whole nother place. He was too little to know his parents. He learned our ways when he got here. He never knew his world. Orphan. You know what I'm saying? That's a child. Like, say, if you become inside of adopted subsystems, you know, then you are like a child out the cloud. Like, where did you come from? Where your daddy at? You know, we say that to him, no? Where your mama at, man? Like, where you come from? You know what I'm saying? So it's like that concept of being born without conception, or because that's what it's kind of like to be parentless, yet you a fresh baby. And y'all know all the possibilities where a child could end up in this position. That is fucked up.
Well, they got nursery rhymes to help with that burden.
Ooh.
They got nursery rhymes to help with that burden.
Break it down.
Shit, I just did the Little Miss Muffet, who sat on the tuffet.
Tuffet.
She was eating her curds and ways. On came a spider who sat beside her and scared Miss Muffet away. Why the fuck is she afraid of that spider? They never answer that, but I think we trying to answer it. But
can we answer it? We could probably answer it. It's three great minds, like, yeah. And the chat, man. Don't forget the chat. Shout out.
Yeah, I don't know who that is in the chat, but he going in. For real.
Let me read the chat. I ain't
I'm talking about the main. It's this one main person, Universal something. But man,
Yep.
that brother dropping
Universal
juice.
Inquirer.
Yeah, he dropped.
Know what I'm saying? It's real. Look, they give you the continuous when the itsy bitsy spider came up the such and such. You know what I mean?
The water spout.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a
All of it.
continuous all
Yeah, all
day
of it sound
saying.
like Anasazi, right? Or the goddess Amma, the great mother. You feel me? Yep.
Yeah, the great mama. Yeah, the mother of the great dark light.
For real.
You feel me? That's everything. Yeah.
Like we always talking about angles and all of that, referring to angels and angles and all that. Like nothing has mastered making angles like a spider. You feel me? Nothing in nature.
Angles, boy. Talk about the angles, man. There's so many different kinds of them.
You feel me? For real.
Or just like fish. Look, just like people. There's so many different. Look, hey, what were we saying about the bodies, right? Calico didactic, like when we just talking about the bags.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
hold on, man. I'm about to.
But yeah, this brother was asking a question. He said, if
My
Jesus
fault.
was to return, go ahead, Mazza.
My fault. I didn't even know I muted myself, man. I did this shit again. Look, say, and you can go right after this. Say, the body, right? You either know that you got the bag or you in the bag. You know what I'm saying? Say the bag is the bat, right? You know how the bat hang upside down, say like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, or a bat. Okay, you mean an animal, a bat. Yeah.
Yeah, the BAT. Say his little ears. He hang upside down. His wings is symbolic of, like, say, a black trash bag. You know how it's sleek or whatnot, shiny.
Oh, that bag again. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So like, say if the bat forgot he wrapped itself in the wings and woke up like, oh shit, what the hell I'm in? The fuck? Like, oh man, I'm tripping. Let me just open my damn wings. I'm in my bag, man. Like, how sometimes we get spooked that our hair tickling the back of our neck. We be tripping sometimes, you know what I'm saying? This bat be the
those of us with hair. You're right.
look, this bat be the one that woke up all the other hanging bats, you know what I'm saying? Like the nigga sleep in the classroom. That was all us at one time, sleep in the classroom. You feel me? Now look at this.
Every day, same class.
Hey, Mazza, was you do you remember Sleeping Bag Records?
I don't. Break it down, though.
Yeah, that was a record label that De La Soul was on. Sleeping Bag Records.
Oh, okay. I know De La Soul.
Right.
Hey, I definitely the whole time you was saying that, I was gonna say we can't forget about securing the bag. For real. You gotta secure the bag.
That zipper, yeah. That's our upper row of teeth and the lower row. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's the zipper. It'd be like zip your lips.
Yep.
Literally, we got, you know what I'm saying?
Literally. Yep.
And
put teeth to teeth, goddammit. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, say, where we dealing with all of this stuff like this.
Hey, they want me to answer that question.
Let's do it.
Okay, the question is, If Jesus was to return today or tomorrow in today's world, how would we notice him? Well, I don't believe in Jesus Christ, nor I think or know him. So if he just so happened to come back in terms of what they assume him for him to be, no, I would not know who he was.
Hey, and look, either way it go, you got a form of knowing them.
Now, if you're talking about the concept of the Christos, you looking at him right now. But he comes in all forms. It's just not one that's going to show up. But if there was a such thing as a return as an individual today, to say that he's going to continue what he's left off with, no, you wouldn't even know who the fuck he was. Nobody would.
Put it like this. I'm definitely gonna have to do a video about it. But you know, like I say, I don't know a Christian who ever really goddamn studied nothing Jesus said or really what the book said. You feel me?
I feel you.
So what I'm really getting at is, you know, they in English we always say Lord and Christ. We'll be like Lord Jesus Christ. So this Lord and Christ obviously is not what was originally there. And I don't really rock with nothing in the New Testament anyways, really, because it's not in Hebrew, so it's not scripture. But, you know, nonetheless, even though you can fuck with some Latin because the Septuagint does go back to like 1500 BC. So that's in Latin. So, you know, it got to be respected to some degree, but I don't respect it in the New Testament. What I'm getting at is the Lord and Christ part is really Kurdios didaskalos. And when you're saying Kurdios didaskalos, like the didaskalos part is like saying like scholastic, so scholarship. You feel me?
You can say that one more time, didaskalos?
Yeah, Kurdios didaskalos. Yep.
Is that D-E-D?
It's really, my bad. You know what? It's didact. It's didact. Because I'm trying to say it different. It made me want to, because I never heard it said before. I always read these things. Kurdios didaskalos. So it's didactylos. You feel me? Ain't that ironic? You feel me?
Hey,
right
I was trying to write that down. Look, you know what I'm saying? I'll check that out.
Yeah, for real though. So the Kurdios didaskalos, which translates to master teacher, literally, right? So we talking about the greatest mind that ever lived.
Is it spelled with a D-A-D?
With a K. Not D-I.
D-I.
Just like didact, but with a K. Didaskalos. D-I-D-A-K.
Yeah, diask. Okay.
Yeah. You feel me? So
yeah, that's interesting.
Kurdios, which to me sounds like curious, which means just like we always say, all question everything. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll try to say curiosity to kill the cat and all that, because they don't want you to become a Kurdios didaskalos is what I'm getting at, and that just means a master teacher. And they're scared of that. You feel me? So, you know, that's why even if we say Messiah means a messenger. And people like to act like it's impossible that the messenger of God would have been a nigga with woolly hair. That's impossible. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're saying. But it's not far-fetched at all. You feel me? Because there's so many of us that aren't even the master teacher, but that's why they call it Christian, meaning Christ-like. We should probably start something called didaskalos-like. We are like didaskalos. You feel me?
Smaller version.
Yeah, you feel me? So we are teachers or master teachers. We're not the master teacher, but we are Christ-like.
A fraction of it.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's exactly what I was aiming at. So University Inquirer, I guess he got the gist. He said, so Jesus means greatest minds. That's interesting. Yeah, what ended up happening is this. If you read of the dogmatic, zealous attachment to the concept, you will be able to understand it, because it's just not one man with the greatest gift in the world. It will permeate through a lot of people. A lot of people can be Christ like, and I'm putting that in quotations because people take the word Christ, into their heart. And if they only think that only one thing can have Christ labeled on them, but no, there's a lot of things that can be labeled as a Christ. Okay. Not to say the least, you know what I mean? It depends on who want to take responsibility for the title, to say the least. All three of us up here is Christ-like, and I'm putting that in quotations. I would be the one that would adhere to saying that. Because I did just say that. Christos, if you are looking for Jesus Christ as a person to show up, right? You to say the least, whatever information that you can find pertinent within this information that you can apply it. I don't think Jesus Christ, the one that you're looking for, would say anything different. He wouldn't take his hand, and this is cartoons, what I'm explaining now, and it's in Family Guy, because when they found Jesus, he turned they hats or some shit into shakes. You know what I'm saying? He was turning water into wine. He was doing stupid shit in terms of what people will assume if Jesus Christ returned. But the information we giving you, us three, is Christ-like, Christos. So it's up to you, rather, if you want to accept it, to say the least, and it's up to the two brothers, because I'm taking heed to my responsibility, saying I'm Christ-like, damn it. And with that being said, I don't know if Chris Calico is going to do this. I said Chris. I'm sorry. D Calico is going to do the same thing. I don't know if I'm
gonna do that. I'm with you.
But yeah.
Yes, sir.
To answer that question short, if Jesus Christ returned, I don't know what you're looking for. I don't know what you're trying to hear. So if you hearing what you think you're hearing in terms of being pertinent information that you can apply it, trust me, Jesus Christ wouldn't have told you no different. So
hey, watch this. Hey, Dad, if I can interject.
Go ahead.
Basically, watch this. Since they're dealing with three wise men, if the Messiah returns, we'll be the first ones to let you know. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? And look, that's the tail that we got. The string, telling you. Like we fishing, we fishers of men, and this is the whole thing where we get you out of that form of fear that's simply an atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Because we're like, say, the feeling of heart drop, uncertainty, and worry. You know what I mean? That's your emotion in your gut tree. Like, you know what I'm saying? You would be drowning on the inside. And that's where that water's located, where we fishing for the men. You know, say it's like treasure or gold at the bottom of the sea. But it's our chakras in this case, or, the energy. Like, yeah, a lot of us are on the root. We at the root, and we fishing that up to the crown, like that's crazy. These strings right here, man. This is dope. I looked up at this and started kind of wiggling them lines, but that's dope. You got them up, bro. Cause that's spaghetti noodle like crazy, and it's like they all connect, but they come from that simple void of the circle went up there.
Now, Universal Inquirer, here's the irony about what we just explained. You may be Christ that return. We don't know it. So just say if that was a so-called trick question, did we fail or did we succeed in that question? You understand what I'm saying? So you may be Jesus
Yeah.
asking us a motherfucking trick question. That's the irony. That's the irony behind this.
That's deep, boy. That's deep. Now you really thinking, bro. Hey, because watch this.
Uh-huh.
At the same time,
Hey,
I'm gonna say at the same time, but you know, it's put it like this: the new Jesus or the next Jesus may very well be alive and be a youth that's learning from each and every one of us. Because you know that's how he's going to be a master teacher. If he could master
Mhm.
everything Calico bringing, if he could master everything Didac bringing, everything Mindside bringing, we already know. Come on, I'm gonna bow down to the young and my goddamn self. You know what I mean? So you know that's what we hoping for. That's what we want the future to be like. We want the future to be
yeah,
bright.
we gotta give that, respect where it's due, man. Because that's what it is, living in the dark. You know what I'm saying? People gonna see some things and they know you might not see it, so they'll share it with you. You know what I'm saying? And it can help us get through, you know, the mess that distracts us from moving forward. Yeah, look at this talking about I was about to spell out the word Batman. You know what I'm saying? But say where we just had that bat, right? Hanging in the bag or in his wing, right? Say, this where you end up with this type shit. You know what I'm saying? You end up with this type shit. I'm kind of fucked up holding this phone, but I'm gonna get this where it's some kind of center. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a little dip right in there. Let's say, right, we get that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where you get this bat, say the bat, this is the top cut where a bat is in full flight and his wings is spread. Like say that's the top cut of the diamond. And where you get the diamond is it's literally say the Merkaba. Yeah, the Merkaba it's a cosmos, you know what I'm saying? So like where you get the diamond, you get the gem. You know what I'm saying? And this where like say if the bat bit you, you got the jab. You know what I'm saying? So the germ, you add look, we've been adding the R for a nice duration of this build. Adding the R to things, you add the R and the gem turns into a germ, right? We get the germ. And that germ is like, say, it's infectious or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But the germ is really just a gem. And this motherfucker right here, if he bites you, you know what I'm saying? Shit, or even fight you, swell your motherfucking eye up. You know what I'm saying? It's the flesh-eating organism that could be anything, not just the bat. You feel me? But like where they say these germs is invisible, they very visible. Like the bat is literally, it's a flesh-eating organism, just like you. You know what I'm saying? So this is the whole concept with germs and some shit coming, like say this projected in the sky from a light. I don't know if this gonna fuck y'all up, but Batman is Jesus.
Yeah.
You feel me? Have y'all heard that shit before?
Never in history.
No, you
Um,
don't. This universal choir. No, you do not throw the Bible away. No, I'll tell you not to do that.
Nah, don't throw your Bible away. Don't throw nothing away. You gonna be throwing
This is not
everything you
Philly
know.
OG channel. This is not none of that bullshit.
You gonna be look where you throw away things. You throw away everything you know, and say past tense is everything you knew, and your trash is gonna become the next man's treasure, or it's gonna be lost in time. Nobody have it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you got something you know that is worth something, you stash that shit. You stash it, it'll be here, you know, for somebody to find.
But I put a challenge out to the people, right?
That's
For the
wrong.
people, for the people who's listening, right? Even to my panel, I put the challenge out there, especially to the Universal Inquirer.
Okay.
Have you ever thought about writing one yourself? Just put it in your mind as a question. Like, have you ever thought about writing a Bible yourself?
Now I haven't thought about writing the Bible, but I have a book. If that's the
Right.
same difference.
It would be
Hey,
in the same category in terms of that, but it
Okay,
would
well, yes,
be,
I have.
yeah, it will be the kind that the people who you interface, right? These are nothing but journals, right? Because and I hate to throw us up under the bus as black folks, but black folks don't like to keep journals. I mean, even during the days that when diaries and shit was famous among the females, we'll destroy shit. And little that we know, we writing a fucking Bible
Mm-hmm. Talk
because
about it.
we are experiencing everyday life, even if we experience phenomenons. Because I experienced phenomenons. I think I experienced Elmo's fire. No bullshit. I seen a fireball come out of the sky, hit the ground, and shit sounded like thunder cracking. I seen the fireball come out of the sky, hit the
Hey,
ground,
hey,
and it cracked like thunder, nigga.
hey, I can attest, man. I've seen that type of shit in the sky.
And
I
I
have,
looked it
you
up and
know what I mean?
it's called Elmo's fire.
No bullshit. Big ass fireballs in the sky and shit. I call them shooting stars and shit.
But
But
with that
it's
being said,
you know,
I don't witness some shit where
yeah.
if we actually recorded this shit, it would read like the Bible because even it's right next door to me. It was a pastor. She stayed here, right? Not here in mine, but right next door because I'm in some kind of like they like townhouses, but they all together in a crocus hat. But anyway, she was a pastor.
a bag.
But yeah, she passed away real heinously though, through the hands of her kinfolk. They because I was in prison at the time that this happened. Because if I was here, I would have heard the shit. I would have busted the door open and killed the nigga. But the dude had her tied up, had her hostage, and killed her and shot her and shit because she wouldn't tell him where some money was at. But she was a struggling pastor that believed in Jesus Christ. But let's rewind that. We were younger because, you know, the area where I'm at, I'm pretty much born and raised. Uh, the guy who stayed next door, he had cousins that used to come in out of town and shit. And as kids, we used to play. So one day we in the backyard and we talking about devil and the God. My guy, I can mention his name, let him be as busy as he was on earth as he is in heaven. I don't want him to rest. I don't want none of my people to rest. I want my people to be
Respect to
busy.
that.
But with that being said, Leo suggested the question. He said, would y'all sell your soul to the devil? We all said no. The dude said, yes, I will. And at that moment, people froze and no bullshit. And this is a testimony of at least 6 people that was in that backyard. No bullshitting. His forehead got the bleeding. It protruded and it cracked open and just got the bleeding out of nowhere. We all looked at each other and we all took off running.
Hey, I know what you did last summer.
So yeah, I have testimonies in terms of that. This is right now what they call it what's through tongue, oral. This is oral that I'm giving you, but I have it written down. I got my brother, because my brother witnessed this, and also my good friend, he witnessed this. These are people that are still living. Leo, the only one that died, that happened with this. So we got testimony. And I be trying to tell them, man, we need to write this shit down. I got it written down. They don't. So when we tell the story, it's all tongue. It's all, oral or oral. It's all oral.
Okay.
If we would write this down, it would last through the test of time.
Yeah. Record.
So people can write their own Bible.
Facts. Record. Like, that's literally say a taped mouth, because it's like, imagine the thoughts that we could be writing down. It's so much. Like, shut up and write. Some people get that shit, be like, man, give me paper. Go ahead, though.
No, I was gonna say, how, like, the English language. I think they should be calling this a dead language. Like we call other languages dead languages, but they're not. And what I'm getting at is, like, even the Arabic really is like supposed to represent, like, it's a star language. You feel me? So when you say Arabic means a star, you're also getting, like, let's say when we talk about the hieroglyphs and the first form of letters and all that, it's spoken that the pyramids, of course, had a big crystal on top. That was that cornerstone, or whatever you call it. That was the top of the pyramid, was a crystal, right? But most of the pyramids are missing this top stone, right? So it was a crystal, and it's saying that the sun passed through this crystal every day, right? So on one side, they would have parchment paper, or papyrus, all the way stretched out. You feel me? So that as the sun rises, it starts to pass through the prism, the prism of light starts to pass through the crystal, and it leaves an etch on the paper all throughout the day as the sun travels. And as it hits the other side of the pyramid, it's already papyrus laid out, right? So all of these etchings were recorded and kept as letters, right? So we literally, that's why we call it the sun's books and all that, because it literally came from the sun in the beginning times. You know what I mean? Like, especially when you're talking about Kemet. You feel me? So that was the use in the creation of so many different languages and letters or whatever. But we could still be doing something of these sorts, like I saying, like this star language, and you feel me, like this sun language and all this stuff. But we don't want to really do the math. We don't want to get these angles and look at the equations and the angles that we're getting at. We're not looking at it like computer code. We're not looking at it like gematria. You feel me?
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah, we gotta do it like
that's where prophecy come from.
Right. We gotta go to the school. We gotta go to school for real. We here to learn and burn. So you would know the atmosphere. You won't live in fear. Because you're gonna always be in this bag, in this box. Go ahead.
The devil is not real. The devil is not real.
That what they saying? The devil is adversary.
So what they said. So what? Go ahead. What you say now?
I'm saying devil means adversary.
Right.
So that's the number one reason we say the white man's the devil.
No, because when I was talking about my testimony and with the interaction that we had when he asked the question, do y'all believe in the devil or God? And he the one that said, I believe in the devil, and that shit happened to him. So he's taking that and he's saying, so the devil is real. No, it's what his, because you are a free will being, is two things that governs you. That's why I was talking about the God. It's no such thing as one creator, one manipulator. It's no such thing. If we are going to boil it down, we're going to have to boil it down to two. And with that, he fed off into that energy. And when he fed off into the energy, what we are describing as that what took him over, and that manifest and showed itself through clear, I'm like, clear phenomenon here. Like, he didn't hit himself over the head. He didn't like wear a tight cap on his head, because we didn't have hats. We didn't have no hat on. So it wasn't like it was him that manipulated his head to bleed. It was his energy fed, and the phenomenon took place. And the dude head split wide open. His forehead did. And he just got the bleeding, and we took off running. This is a true, real story. But no, that's not the devil. There's no such thing. What he did, he fed off into the energy that is described as that.
Hey, look at that. That's crazy, man. Speak of that. We still talking about the string theory, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Say, like I just had a little picture of a spoon on my screen, right? Say, blow my screen up, Diadeck, if you would. Say where you get that concept, and this coming from I remember this how the dude Batman, he had Robin with him, right? But Robin became an orphan due to his parents falling, where they was performing things like walking the balance, that line, the line how they do at the circus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the trapeze. And that's, yeah.
It had a net on the bottom, but like say this is string theory too. Like say where we get what we know is the ball, right? Like say the ball or the spear that'll represent the woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put it like this, like it's a little embryo. You know what I'm saying? But like, that's how the little embryo be. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
But like say that's the woman.
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Huh,
That's that human
what you
cell
say?
too. I said that's that human cell too, because that's what that's what an egg is. An egg is the biggest cell in the human body.
So look at that. Like say that becomes a wheel right there. But this represents the woman. Say it don't even represent man, like where I'm looking at it from. But like I'm looking at it, say the tire, you know what I'm saying? It'll be on the ground, you know what I'm saying? So like say that's literally this. Right. So this is where the man represent the string or the line, like say this is the woman and the man balancing on this line. Let's say like this, they little body. You know what I mean? The man is the line that the woman is able to, accompany him on the tightrope. You know what I'm saying? Where you see this type of performance go on. Like this is her just represent the spear or the wheel or the ball that sits on the ground. And we know this is the masculine. You know what I'm saying? So string theory again with say like all of this, and then we could put this on. Say what this become really is like a desk or a stand. Put lemonade on here, lemonade stand. You know what I mean? But it's like, or this the table we have in our house. You know what I'm saying? She puts the food on it, and he builds the table. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this tough, man.
Hey, that look like the thread of Neath with that loop and that string like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I was also going to add when you said earlier about Jim and Germ, just adding that R, right? So the
Okay.
same thing stands for this with the tapestry. If I add the R, I have trapeze. You feel me? Like the what we just said,
Trapeze.
walking
Oh,
that
okay. Okay.
walking the tightrope is a trapeze. So we're talking about tapestry, just like tapestry. You feel me? So yeah,
I'm digging this shit, man.
for real.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is dope on the freestyle, man. Like real talk, I could just see this roll like a tire right on over this way. You know what I'm saying? And it'll roll right off this edge. But look, there go the string, like a waterfall. Like all of this is
You know
the
that's a human
connection.
now. Like all of a sudden you made a human.
Right. Yeah, I put the hands on the end. Yep.
Yeah, and you got the hands up.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Say right here would be where the trapeze net is. You know how we can hold our shirt out and catch something. You know what I'm saying? Say you hold the shirt out right here.
Hey, bro, that's a man with an owl on his shoulder. Look at the owl on his shoulder,
Where?
on his left shoulder.
Well, look right here.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's her and him. Like, I see what you said. No, I see what you said. It's like a bird or like the left and right angel as mom and daddy. But like, yeah, the string theory. Like, look, this the kangaroo and the kangaroo pouch.
Damn, that mama.
You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Like all of it, where we deal with it is like or we will with it. You feel me? It becomes bowling. Like all of this stuff, man. It's the ball that's is spherical. That's where like the world, like what we dealing with now is the world being thrown in our face like dodgeball. If you ain't got no sense, then your head getting took off, man. With indoctrination. Period. You know, to say the spherical globe, I'm not saying it ain't real. We just within it. You know what I'm saying? We're within that motherfucker. We not on it like
Yeah.
say.
That's why you got the sphere above. I like that though. But the sphere is dealing with a flat plane and a inner terrain is what it's showing. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Inner earth.
Like yeah. Say the inner earth, like literally,
Hey,
man.
so that's a rabbit in the rabbit hole. That's what it boiled down to.
Yeah. Everything is in this hole. This hole is say if this ball is the hole, right? And that is like I literally drew this ball because it's her. It's the feminine, like this, like this Mother
Yeah.
Earth.
Just like I said, the egg inside of a woman is the largest cell in the human body. So obviously it's
Mhm.
not masculine, it's only feminine.
Yeah, hey, too. Look, this is where you get the movie. I'm glad you said that. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Remember? Like
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
that whole movie, somebody was trying to pull him out the hat. He was running around in that hat. Like say that movie took place in the hat. You know what I'm
Yeah, that's the
saying?
hole. Yeah, that's that rabbit hole. Because
Yep.
obviously that hat run deep. We never speak on how deep that hat runs.
No cap. No
Yep.
cap. You see, like I do it right there. It's a top hat upside down with the rabbit in it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And he holding it. And that's like say the film Roger Rabbit, Who Framed Him, it took place inside the rabbit hole in the hat. You know, he was like hide me. Remember he had him in the sink water? And he
Not
was
quite, but
in
I'm following you. I'm following you. That's deep though.
yeah, he was in the sink water. Dude was like he was washing dirty socks. But he was trying to keep the rabbit hidden in the hat because they was trying to frame him for some shit he ain't, you know. So yeah, like where people know your profession, man, you can't don't let nobody frame you. You feel me? Don't let these people come and tell you that this person who presented themselves
Wow.
to you.
Hey, bro, when you say don't let them frame you, that means don't let them box you in. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You feel me?
Mug
Like think
shot.
outside the
Fact.
box. Think outside the box. Never let them frame you.
Literally, that's your mug shot. And that's like chewed gum, and that's a gun like bubble gum pop, and it stick to your shoe, so you can be framed. Just like we got this, like I'm making this box to represent the frame that's our phone screens or computer screens right now. Like you better have control of your picture in the frame. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody else will narrate that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? And have you looking stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Every time. Easy. Easy.
They'll have us looking dumb as fuck, man, if you don't give yourself control. It's like reverse the cursing and like say don't take shit no more. Don't take shit no more. You give it, you know what I mean? Become the giver. And that's like abundance, you know what I'm saying? Cause I won't deny that, you know, where people bring what they bring, you know, that's why you get these long streams. It's abundance coming from somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Go ahead.
No, I'm with you.
Calico.
No, I'm with you. I'm
Yeah.
wondering where my brother died at. You with us, brother?
He
Oh
probably
yeah,
stepped.
yeah, for sure,
Oh,
for
there you
sure.
go. There you go. I thought he stepped away for a second or something.
Oh no, no, I was listening in the background. I was pulling some shit up because Universal Choir had put in the chat plus and minus defines the two. Yeah, I
Yeah.
hit the nail on the head. So with that being said, yeah, I was
I
just
appreciate you, bro.
yeah. I am running up on 5 hours though.
Woo.
Yeah, this a good
Hey,
one.
I got one more, like, cause where I'm looking at this woman and this man on this little line, right there, we got Adam and Eve, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is,
Right,
and like he just said, the plus and the minus, you know what I'm saying? Them together.
right, and that's how a trapeze work.
Hey,
Even
watch
when
this. Boy, I swear, all this time, like we're accustomed to saying Adam and Eve, but it's really the Adam and the egg. You feel
Yeah,
me? Because she is the largest atom. She is that largest cell in the body, and we are definitely, like that minor. You feel me? Like that people always like we always say, like what you call it, the macro and the micro.
yeah.
You
Like
yeah,
feel me?
say when it come to the woman, and you know, I ain't bigging nobody up or lowering nobody. Um, say the woman is the spider and the man is the ant.
right,
You know
Yep.
what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's it. That's why Black Widow bites the head off the male, and he'll let her because it's like he know he gonna survive by his babies, and he just gonna get in her belly.
That's
So he
real.
let her.
That's
He,
real.
Almost,
like, you know what I
almost
mean?
like almost like a cruel resurrection. That's that's cruel.
Yeah. Hey, that's probably if she pissed and he got she got cramps and shit. Remember how that chick grabbed Marlon Wayans' ass and pulled him back in the mail truck? Like cramps. You know what I'm saying? If she feeling like that, she might bite your head off. That's crazy. The big, that's like the big spider. She have all them babies on her back.
Mm-hmm.
Remember he said that's like Smokey said, yo, daddy got them spiders on his head. Tell him to comb and shit. Like a nappy head look like them spiders all on their
Mm-hmm.
mama back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Them little beady beats, and that's the archons. Like our hair is tied to the tarantula, literally, y'all. Like the tarantula is like a walking toupee. It can see. It's
Oh,
always up there.
He
hey,
said it's a walking
and
toupee.
watch this. That Omicron. Remember that word?
Mm,
Omicron is literally O micron. You feel me? We're talking about
okay.
we're talking about the O micron. So we're talking about the micro O, which is the human cell in the body. You
Mm.
feel me? Now, but the woman, like I said, she's that egg. So not only does she
Mm.
have O microns or micron O, but she has that macro. You feel me? Which we don't
Mm.
have.
It sounds like you saying mitochondria. You know what I'm
Really, that's
saying?
real talk. That's real. That's real.
Right. Like, look at this, and I zip up after this. The concept to the spider where say like our rib cage, like say the little center hardest piece where the ribs mend together and joint together,
Yeah,
the
that
chest
breastplate.
plate,
Yeah,
That's
your
a
the
chest
sign.
flare.
plate.
That's a
Yeah, your
sign.
rib. Yeah, your ribs flare just like a spider's legs. You know what I'm saying? Or
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
just
like
leave it at that. The
hey,
spider's
hey,
leg. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, the scorpion, you feel me?
Yep, the
The
scorpion's at your
a lot of
pelvis.
crustaceans, you know what I mean?
The scorpion is in your muscle tissue at your pelvis. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
the
so he's
the
definitely with the spine, all the way up from the bottom to the, you know what I'm saying? To the
boy, let
top.
me get off this motherfucker. Hey, we be all night. Hey, diadeck.
Yeah.
Um, look, look at this shit, man. The spine, right? The spine is like, say, each bone from the base of your tailbone. Like, say, the base of your tailbone will be representing the ground. Say the earth grounded like a upside down mound. And then, like, say from there, you got the first form of a butterfly with its wings spread like flat. You know how a butterfly opened up his wings and each, like say, like a cracked door is phases. You know how you could, you know how animation is done.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You draw this picture, then you draw it with a little movement to it. Draw another one with little more movement. Our
Yeah, yeah.
spinal cord is like a butterfly taking off. Y'all check it and look at that shit. And then when it get up to the back of your brain, you know how they talk about the butterfly effect. Like our spine is like a fucking wand. And up at the head point is where the butterfly fly off the tip. You know what I'm
Or the
saying?
dragonfly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anything, yeah. But that's that concept of them little bitty Valentine type angels, you know what I'm saying? Flying around falling in love and shit. That's our
Mm-hmm.
very spine. Like and it is crazy because You know what I'm saying? You can't make this shit up like where I looked at the spine long enough, I seen it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, shit. I'm pushing that 5 hour mark, gentlemen. I'm for to go ahead and I'm for to close out. If
Respect.
y'all got anything closing to say?
Hey, it was all love, brother. I appreciate y'all. Hey, the
Oh,
three wise men. So y'all already know. Whenever we link up, y'all already know the name of the crew.
mhm.
Hey, that's what's up. I'm with you. Hey, all I'm gonna say is pay attention to, you know, the dot and the line since we broke down the string theory, man. That's, you know,
Oh, for sure.
keep
Because
your eyes open
it will
to
lead you to a complex tapestry.
it. Mm,
or
yeah, man.
trapeze street.
Right.
Damn, you say trap history?
Ha!
Oh, okay, man. Respect, guys. That
All right.
Calico. You know what I'm
Thank
saying?
y'all for coming,
Three
man.
wise men,
I'm
real
finna
quick.
go ahead and end this out with a track, of course. And I
Respect the
thank,
chat.
yeah. Of course, I'm gonna shout out the chat. Of course, I am. I usually shout them out once I play the track. So I'm finna shout them out now. Yeah, this
Okay.
was it was
Respect. I'm gonna jump on down. I'll be in the chat
all
listening.
right for
Okay,
sure.
fella. In a minute.
Yeah. The Shoeman Show, of course, Wheezy and 365. Knowledge Up Rising, thank you for showing up. Calico Chris, thank you for showing up. Of course, we know we had on the panel Mind Zion Shadow Band, better known as D Calico, right? I think y'all should have a motherfucking a pocket knife fight over the name Calico. No, I'm just fucking with y'all. But Chris Calico and D Calico, better known as Shadow Band, thank you for being on the panel and showing up. Roderick Jakes, thank you for showing up. HOTC Brandon, thank you for showing up. Quentin Emerson, HOTC, thank you for showing up. Christian LaFrance, thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up, brother. Tinfoil Media, better known as Copper Tone. Shit. Whoa. Now I'm mocking you. Let me stop doing Copper Tone. Oh, shit. He in the building, of course. Let me see. Did I forget anybody? Slow Burning in Conversation with Sunset Gift. That's her whole entire name. It reminds me of that song again of Slow Burning, 22.5 Fahrenheit. Universal Inquirer. Thank you for showing up and thank you for what I call it evoking thought. Thank you for invoking thought in terms of what we consider to be uh I would call it cliche talk because it is cliche. It's dealing with the realm of religion and what the general population is thinking. That's why I call it cliche-ish. But it is what the general population assumed to be in terms of Jesus Christ returning back to earth. So I appreciate your thought-provoking questions in terms of that. So I don't know if those questions, I mean, the answers to your questions were to satisfactory, but like I said from before, maybe you are Jesus Christ trying to test us to see if we would know that if you did come back, to say the least. So the question and answer, to say the least, it remains. The Shoeman Show. Thank you for showing up. Let me see. Did I forget anybody? Nope, I don't think I forgot nobody. Yeah, everybody subscribe to the Schumann Show, of course. And with that being said, I'm finna go ahead and end this. You know what? I'm gonna end it without a track. No, I ain't. I am gonna play a track. Let me be consistent, god damn it. Shit. Consistency, as they say. So let me get to this, and I'm gonna mute up, and I'm gonna find a track to play out. And don't get me fucked up. They call it's ratchet and that drill rap. I love that shit though. It's just the producers, the beat making, the music making behind today's music is phenomenal. And I'm not going to take that away from the youth in terms of the music that they make. Lyrically, change that shit up. They can change it up. They starting to be redundant in their fucking, because everybody's talking about the same shit. But that motherfucking music, oh my God, you can't deny it. You can't deny it. And with that being said, I'm finna get a little ratchet on y'all motherfuckers. But with that being said, I'm finna play this track.
Sliding with that mop stick, like a janitor. Catch one of you rap nigga, shoot you when your manager. Why that nigga ain't off yet? She ain't moving fast enough. Fucking with that little raw bitch. She an animal.
Round with 2 sticks, like a chopstick. Youngins making keys flip, like a locksmith. Got a curve and she trip, that bitch toxic. When we catch the boys slipping, polish up the box.
Play with clack, go to flash and shit up, like a camera. That phone ring, I'm bagging shit up, but I ain't trapping. You been at they throat, little dog, I ain't mad at you. This ain't what you want, little dog, this shit bad.
Fresh out the coma, already grinning, like he ain't having them.
Fresh out of prison, already winning, I ain't catching them.
Them fuck boys green, drier than hotel soap. Call me Latrell Spreewell, game in the choke. When you broken trap, that ain't easy, that'll have it past. Mask up like Yeezy. Megan Fox came with them machines. Call me Mr. Nice Watch, more jewels than Icebox. Rest in peace to Michael K, I retired from serving. That's one thing for sure. Fresh out the box, already whipping. Tryna sell dope, fresh out the mosque, already sipping. Hit on lost hope.
Sliding with that mop stick, like a janitor. Catch one of you rap nigga, shoot you when your manager. Why that nigga ain't off yet? She ain't moving fast enough. Fucking with that little raw bitch. She an animal.
Round with 2 sticks, like a chopstick. Youngins making keys flip, like a locksmith. Got a curve and she trip, that bitch toxic. When we catch the boys slipping, polish up the box.
Play with clack, go to flash and shit up, like a camera. That phone ring, I'm bagging shit up, but I ain't trapping. You been at they throat, little dog, I ain't mad at you. This ain't what you want, little dog, this shit bad. Fresh out the box, streets on lock, that money flowing. Fucking with this little bitch out of Boynton, and she going. I been going hard with no rest, and I ain't trying to. I be in a fuck nigga chest, like the swine flu. My jaw locking, chewing my mouth. I swallow 4 diamonds, forget it, I ain't speaking on business. You got your whole round. Bill posted by the Chinese store. They think my head gone, chopstick, fresh out the box. Don't get egg roll. We the type of niggas go missing, we think it's cute. Catch that nigga with this and flip his person assistant too. Yeah, glizzy on me glue, hanging, hitting out the coop. I been fucking with little swoop, slurp the dick up like it's soup. Fresh out of prison, already winning. I'm at my own pace. Miley's got the best of me. I'm in here with the stone face. Pretty bitch, long lace, fat ass but no waist. Creep up with the street sweep like nigga, I clean this whole place. Sliding with the mop stick, like a janitor. Catch one of you rap nigga, shoot you when your manager. Why that nigga ain't off yet? She ain't moving fast enough. Fucking with this little raw bitch. She an animal.
Round with 2 sticks, like a chopstick. Youngins making keys flip, like a locksmith. Got a curve and she ain't tripping, that bitch toxic. When we catch the boys slipping, polish up the box.
Play with clack, go to flash and shit up, like a camera. That phone ring, I'm bagging shit up, but I ain't trapping. You been at they throat, little dog, I ain't mad at you. This ain't what you want, little dog, this shit bad.
Again, thank y'all very much for showing up. I greatly appreciate y'all. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and close out. And see y'all. I see y'all probably because I got something to do and I'm probably going to have to go to sleep. Shit. Yeah. So I might come up